Aloha and Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to everybody who's in the chat. I'm JayDreamerZ. It's 2025 and it's Christmas Day. So, while I have put together a compilation of past Christmas episodes over the past 10 years that I've been doing this, we'll run that after I'm done hanging out with everybody in the chat. I want to talk about Christmas and hit some of the highlights, answer, some questions if anyone has any questions. And, spend a little Christmas time together. I hope you guys enjoyed that little short film that I made with me and the Dark Santa. I brought the Christmas cataclysm to the Dark Santa who wanted to deliver the apocalypse to Christmas, but only I could do it. And the gift was Pandora's box. So me and Dark Santa went around the world waking people up and delivering the apocalypse for Christmas. Now, Christmas Day. Some people celebrate Christmas Day as consumers. They just want to give gifts. They want, it's a family time. It's just it's an excuse to get together. And that's fine. I support people getting together as families. I support people doing what they can to spread the Christmas spirit and love and joy and peace and harmony and all of that lovely, wonderful stuff. But I like to talk about the part of Christmas that nobody wants to, which is the dark part, the scary part. Christmas was a reverent holiday to begin with. And the word holy day, which is our word holiday, comes from an ancient concept that means a time that is special to the point of being set apart from all of the other times during the year. And this is where we get our holy days from. They're special times, they're set apart times, they're consecrated times. Why? Because people lived in fear, typically, during these times. Now, if you look up Christmas and the origins of Christmas on any of the other YouTube channels, especially popular ones, academic ones, they're going to tell you something like, it was the darkest time of the year, and the ancient people were worried that the sun would never come back. Listen, they saw the sun come back every single year. I don't know why they're painted to be monkey people that didn't understand that it's wintertime and the sun goes that direction and then it comes back during the summer. And it does this every single year, year in and year out. It's like they tell us that they're cavemen and that they had no intellect whatsoever. I don't believe that. I believe that these were the times that people watched the sun and watched the sky because they knew that if something was wrong with the luminaries in the heavens, that the apocalypse was nigh, which means near, that the apocalypse was close. So they started holy days or holidays. They would do no work. They would not go anywhere. They would not travel anywhere. As a matter of fact, they would all gather together indoors in one place. They wanted to be with family at the end of days, at the end of time, during this Christmas cataclysm. They wanted, during the holy days. And they wanted to have enough provisions, enough food. So these would turn into feast days or festivals. And the people would gather together with their families in a safe place. So they would go to known, safer locations, and they would stockpile food. They would have enough food to last them, not just to last through winter or the darkest days of the year or whatever, but to last through an apocalyptic event. This is why they lit consecrated candles or Yule logs or bonfires. And this is why they had light that was designed to last for over a week, because the apocalypse lasts for over a week. So people gather together. We have our holy days. Now, all of these different traditions and the symbolism that comes along with it, for example, people would look to the north. They would see, the birth of the light of the world, which is this beam of geoplasma that rushes up through the earth and explodes up into the air. People would see that as a beacon of hope, which indicated the apocalypse itself was officially over. And they would see all the debris swirling around it and flickering lights and stuff as the atmosphere was depressurizing. They would see the world tree. They would see the Christmas tree. There's lots of different reasons people have to hate on Christmas. They'll say it's satanic. They'll say it's evil. They say it's pagan with like the utmost disrespect in the back of their throat. I don't believe that it's pagan or that it's evil or any of these things. You guys hear me okay in the chat? I just want to get a double check before we continue on, if that's okay. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me all right. I can hear me okay. But if I could get a thumbs up, that would be great. Thank you so much. So people would gather together, and then they would start, every year that they would do this. They did it every year during the times when they believed that the apocalypse was likely to occur. Not that they knew which year it would occur on, but they knew the times of the year, according to tradition, that it did occur on in the past. And these are the times that we build our holidays, our current holidays, the 4 major ones around. It's not just the seasons. Even the pagans, that celebrate the changing of the seasons or whatnot. It's not just to celebrate, oh, yay, it's autumn. Oh, yay, it's spring. Oh, yay, it's winter. It's summer. Wrong. These are the times of the year whenever apocalyptic events, cataclysms, would happen in the past. And these are the times when the people would gather together. Now, when they gathered together, scary things would happen if it was the apocalypse. This is why there's so many horror movies that are associated with Christmas. Okay, you could probably think of at least 5 off the top of your head in the chat. Horror movies that are set at Christmas time. Gremlins is a popular one. But this is because there is a Christmas Day catastrophe, a Christmas cataclysm that happens around this time. And if it does happen, then people will see the ghosts of Christmas past. The ghosts that came before, during Auld Lang Syne, or a time long forgotten, time long ago, ancient times from antiquity that we have forgotten about, that have passed to us in the form of fiction and fantasy, Dungeons and Dragons and Magic the Gathering and science fiction and stuff. Those are the times that we have forgotten about. We don't believe in those times any longer. They're entertaining to us and they're amusing to most people. But in reality, they are historic times. Legendary historic times when geoplasmas erupted from the earth, filling the surface world where we live with electromagnetic activity to such an extreme degree that people saw Christmas ghosts. That there was a ghost apocalypse, that people would see spirits all over the place in different forms and interact with them in different ways as they would interact with these plasmas electromagnetically, either knowingly or unknowingly, probably unknowingly. Right? Positive and minus, plus and negative. If you are a bad person, negatively charged, what effect will that have when you're near a large, sphere of ball lightning that's positively charged? It's going to come after you. It's going to be attracted to you, right? It's going to come together. And these turn into legends of angels of the Lord, angels of death, angels of destruction, Valkyries that choose on the battlefield during Ragnarok. Who will live and who will die? Who is honorable and who is dishonorable? Who is naughty and who is nice? All of these traditions that we have come from somewhere. Something as simple as setting out milk and cookies for Santa Claus has a realistic history to it. Many years ago, long ago, during antiquity, people would bake cakes to the Queen of Heaven. People would constantly set food out for their gods or spirits or their ancestors. And they still do that today. But where does that come from? It comes from these ghosts, these spirits of the dead, these powerful entities or whatnot, which is electromagnetism to a high degree, a high charge of electromagnetism up here on the surface when our atmosphere is electromagnetically charged to a high degree. So much so it's more than just auroras have spread across the land. Its machines have turned on all by themselves and come to life. It is, you can see spirits and ghosts and entities in different forms. Sometimes human looking, sometimes in the shape of a ball, sometimes in the shape of a cone or a plasma filament, or, spaghetti looking, or a river of plasma, all types of shapes. So the people wanted to keep those high electrical charges out of their houses. They didn't want to get electrocuted or suffer the effects that some of these stronger plasma filaments could do to people and to objects. For example, petrifying them. Electricity can petrify by adding or removing electrons from an existing object. It can change one material into a completely different material just by adding or taking away electrons or ionizing it. People didn't want to turn into charcoal. They didn't want to get burnt to a crisp or zapped or electrocuted or bit by the holy bees that were buzzing around from place to place. So what they would do is they would leave out food that would rot quickly, and drinks like milk that would rot quickly, and they would leave it outside, away from their domiciles, away from their houses and stuff, and the hopes that it would start rotting, and that any ghosts or plasma or the spirit of the Lord, or however you want to see it, wouldn't actually come into their house. Okay, that it would stop way outside of the house and it would feast upon the offering. And over time, of course, the food and the drink are going to dissipate as, they become gas, basically, and they rot and they shrivel up, and it looks like they're, over time, being eaten to somebody who doesn't know any better. But in reality, they're creating all this gas that rises up, and then the plasma comes and it eats that gas because it's made of gas. So in order for it to grow, like Slimer, this is the whole Slimer from Ghostbusters thing. This is why they show a ghost that's eating human food so much and has this obsession with eating human food. Ghosts don't really eat the food. They eat the rotten parts of the food, which is the gas that it turns into, because they're made of gas. And then they would protect themselves in other ways, because they didn't want to get shocked. They didn't want that electricity in the house, so they wanted to protect their children. They would create dream catchers, which are little circuit boards that they would put above the baby's crib, in the hopes that if any evil spirits did come in, they would get trapped in this little maze of circuitry, which is what they did. They would fasten horseshoe magnets to their front doors, because a magnet, especially a horseshoe magnet, which is the most powerful form two-dimensionally that a magnet can take, it will repel plasma. Plasma is repelled by a very strong magnet. And so they would put a magnet on their front door. That turned into, over time, see, a lot of these traditions, over time, people forgot, because that electrical charge that was once in the atmosphere dissipated over time. It dispelled. Okay, so it became weaker and weaker and weaker, and the power that we had, and the power in the animals, and the power in the plant kingdom, and all of the energy and the spirit became weaker and weaker and weaker as the world slowly entered into a fallen state. And with that, we forgot. With that, our brains became weaker and weaker and weaker. And with that, we stopped telling these stories, because the apocalypse didn't come last year, didn't come last year, didn't come last year, didn't come last year, right? So people over time, especially with a lack of energy, they start to lack purpose. They start to lack memory. They start to lack the ability to use all of their brain, and they become weak and tired, and they stop remembering the origin of all of these traditions. They're used to them because now they've become habitual. It's like leaving out milk and cookies and whatever. But they all had origins to them. So caroling, right? So people would come by after the energy started to dissipate, and people saw everyone's leaving food out every year, and there's all these homeless people and stuff. So they would go and either steal the food, or because they didn't want to get shot or hurt or whatever, they would sing and they would ask for the food. And then whenever the people stopped putting the food out, they would ask them to bring food out to them. And this is recorded in many of our ancient carols. I just did a video all about strange Christmas songs. And this is also why they say there'll be scary ghost stories and songs of the glories, or tales of the glories, from Christmases long, long ago. All of these traditions, everyone from top to bottom, has an origin to it. It is not satanic. It is not just to just slap the word satanic on it, or just to say it's evil or it's pagan. It just irritates the crap out of me when I get comments. People are like, "Oh, you celebrate this pagan evil celebration," or whatever. I'm like, no, I understand the origin of these things. Okay, you people are celebrating stuff that you don't even know what it's for. You believe that there was a physical human baby named Jesus that was born in the middle of winter out in the Middle East in the desert. You know what I mean? Like, that story is lacking, and people know this. So there's some people are like, actually, Jesus' birthday was probably in September, etc. But they continue to celebrate Christmas. They know that there is something of substance that happens on the solstice. Okay? And it's not just the Christian holidays, the Jewish ones, every single holiday has substance to it. There is an origin. There is a reason why people gathered together. There is a reason why people celebrated whenever, they either made it through the apocalypse or the apocalypse did not come. Right? What do you guys think in the chat? What's up, Tammy George? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Winjo's in the chat and says, hold on, can I put you guys' comments on the screen? Let me see if I can do that. Let me see if I can pop out the chat and put your comments onto the screen. If you want to talk about Christmas, let me know. Because now is the time. Today is the day. Let's see. All right, one sec. I'm just getting the comments so I can put them up here. There we go. I did see a question, so I'm going to answer that one right now. There we go. All right, Winjo says, Jay, it's become a tremendous faux pas to look into spiritual things in the church in the church anymore. Yeah, I know. You're right. It has become a faux pas in the church to look into anything. They don't want you to investigate anything. They don't want you to independently learn, because if you independently learn, you have no need to go to church. You have no need to, they want you dumb. Okay, as an organization, every church, not just Christian churches, every single religious gathering place wants you dumb. They don't actually want you to be educated, because if you were, it's like doctors don't really want you to be healed. They don't want you to be healthy, because they will lose their jobs. They'll have no purpose. They'll have to do something else. You know what I mean? This concept of a church, which is a circuit. Okay, which is a gathering of people, especially if they're holding hands or hugging or whatever. They create an electrical circuit. That is the word circle, or circe, or kerke, or church, or kirk, right? And that's what that is. It is the family circle. It is the original meaning of church, is the gathering of these people. And they share energy when they gather together. And they can do a lot if they knew how to do it with that energy. But anyways, what else we got here? I'm just seeing if anybody has anything to say in the chat. I imagine a lot of people are just celebrating Christmas. So I've already done my family stuff, so I thought I would jump on here and talk about Christmas and the Christmas time. Let's talk about some of the traditions. Obviously, there's the whole birth of Jesus thing. Okay, so that's one of the main ones. People say, oh, it's the birth of Jesus. But why do so many people celebrate it if it is that and they don't believe in Jesus? You know what I mean? People can make up a reason why, and they can say, oh, it's just that powerful. They're compelled or whatever. Or another possibility is there's more to it. And intuitively, deep down, people know that this is the time of year when something can happen or will happen. Right? And this is the time of year when something will happen. This is the time of year when the apocalypse can happen. And people would watch the sun to see if it would disappear. And then they would go into a great winter. Okay, so the winter where the sun disappears, that's Fimbulvinter or Fembelvetter in Norse. Okay, and that leads to one version of Ragnarok. And that's a great winter that's followed by the flooding of the world. So there is another one, which is the fire, where the world is engulfed in, what do you call it? Conflagration, a huge fire. The whole world catches fire. And I believe that that's what we're heading into right now. I believe that the sun is the major suspect on that list of things that are going to catch the world on fire. And you'll see a lot of that symbolism. You see a lot of the symbolism for what is just around the corner is shown to us because it's ingrained in us. And around the time when it's about to peek its little head out and say hello and reintroduce itself to us, we start seeing it in signs and wonders and reflections within our culture and our pop culture and our movies and television shows, and all the little omens start to show up. So there's going to be a lot of symbolism of the transition that we're heading into, which is from water to fire, or from wet, watery world to a magical world of plasma and energy, a tired world to an energetic world, a world without monsters to a world with monsters, or, otherworldly creatures. I call them phantazoids. A world without telepathy to a world with telepathy, a world that is patriarchal in nature to a world that is matriarchal in nature. There's a complete shift. Even how people use their minds and which side of their brain is the predominant side that they're using, or what hand predominantly they write with, will start to switch. The direction that people write in will start to switch. I mean, actually, people will stop writing here in a bit because they won't need to, because I believe telepathy is going to be reintroduced. Let's see. Jeff Snyder, what's up, dude? Says, what is the meaning of bah humbug? Bah, I believe, is just like, I don't know. I haven't looked up bah, but that's what I get from it. And then humbug. Let's look that up real quick, actually. Humbug. Some sort of a bug, right? Obviously, like an insect. And then hum. Like a humming bug? A musical bug? I think so. I'm going to look it up, though. My computer seems to be not doing what I tell it to, though. That's weird. Okay. It says this site cannot be reached. I think I'm using too much memory. That's what it is. Let me close a couple of programs. All right. Let's try this again. Let's see. Oh, I typed in the wrong website. No wonder. All right, let's type in humbug and look that up together. Humbug. All right, so it says here in Edom Online, a trick, a jest, a hoax, an imposition, and a deception, a word of unknown origin, to deceive by false pretext. Humbug. Humbug. Well, that's what it's saying here. The spirit of deception or imposition, hollowness, and a sham. I don't know. I feel like there's more to it than that, but that's what I'm getting off the top. Bah humbug. So bah, it's deceitful. It's all garbage. It's balderdash. You know what I mean? So that's kind of what I'm getting. All right, let me jump back in the chat. We got Ray Pyron 55 who says, JayDreamerZ, Mary and Joseph are always on either side of the manger. They looked like the witnesses and manger as the mountain and the baby as a beam. Very good. So there's going to be a lot of that positive and negative symbolism, right? Positive on one side, negative on the other. And that reflects the land at the North Pole. Now that's another thing too. So once I'm done doing this actual live stream, I'm going to play my my video compilation of all of our past Christmas specials. And I interviewed Santa Claus, or one of the mall Santa Clauses. He was really cool. He went with it. And I was asking him about the North Pole and stuff, the land at the North Pole. I mean, how does Santa Claus and elves and all that stuff, how do they come from the North Pole if there's no land at the North Pole? There is land at the North Pole. Right now, maybe it's flooded. Okay, I accept that as a huge possibility. Maybe it's flooded, but it doesn't mean it was always flooded. Those waters were introduced into our world, which means there was a time when those waters were not there. Which means there was a time when there was land at the North Pole. And I believe that that land is going to reemerge as Atlantis reemerges and Hyperborea reemerges. And that's the land I'm trying to get to. And that's the land that I believe your governments are all trying to get to. But you have to figure out the proper way to do it. The Coca-Cola polar bears will kill you. Well, I don't know. The polar bears, just like cheetahs or lions or whatever, they're people too. That's how I see it, okay? I understand that there's fear that has developed between the humans and the animal kingdom, okay? Especially the larger animals. But I feel a kinship, personally. That doesn't mean like I'm going to be naive and just walk up to a polar bear and be like, hey, what's up, or whatever, and freak it out. But I believe in the world to come that a lot of people are actually going to become friends with many of the animals that we used to think were so dangerous and we feared. What else? I'm just in the chat to see if anybody has got my attention here. Robert is in the chat and says, JayDreamerZ, I heard sometimes that the 25th was Apollo's birthday, or at least a tribute to the Apollo of some kind. Yes. Okay, so check this out. There's different sun gods in times past. There's December 25th is the birthday of many different gods of antiquity. Okay, and by God, I don't mean the God. I don't mean the omnipresent God of everything. I mean locally in Earth, like not God, but a powerful entity that people refer to as a powerful entity, which turned into the word God or many other words over time, okay? So I'm not referring to the God, but as far as Apollo goes, and there's many other gods or whatever, lowercase g, there was other suns that were born. So when this light of the world is born, when this plasma, when this beam of energy shoots up from Mount Meru at the center of the world, not only is it a beam of light, right, which is like a sun, a type of sun, right, because it's light, but it also creates an actual spherical light, an actual sun, which is a gigantic ball of plasma at the base of Mount Meru. And it goes up out of Mount Meru, and it goes upward or eastward, and the sun rises out of a cave. The sun rises out of a mountain. That's one of the suns, okay? There was different ones in antiquity. There was also the apex dome up on the firmament. That was glowing. People saw that as a sun. But the sun that's connected to like the light of the world or the blue beam or whatever, that is a huge ball of plasma that rises up, and that's where the beam comes from, is that sun, okay, is that ball of plasma. That ball of plasma rises up out of Mount Meru. It goes east, which was up. It rises towards the east, okay? People would say in the east. It should be towards the east. It rises upwards, which is east, and then it would go down to the west, into the earth, into the underworld. The sun would go up and down. This is day and night in the Garden of Eden. They didn't have this weird sun going around in circles day and night. They had a sun that came up out of the mountain and provided light to the land, and then it would go down into the mountain, and the land would become dark. And I think that was a type of Apollo as well, if I remember correctly. But there were different suns in antiquity. All right, I'm just jumping into the chat to see if anybody has anything else about Christmas or symbolism, etc. Jesus is most definitely, to me personally, Chris, not the sun, not the focal point above us. That's actually the Antichrist, from my perspective. You're free to have yours, and I hear you. And I've heard a lot of people say that Jesus is the actual sun or whatever. I don't agree with that. I think that the Antichrist is the sun, and that Jesus is this blue beam of energy that shoots up out of Mount Meru that I've been talking to you guys about. Because the sun is the abomination that will cause desolation, because it's going to get hotter and hotter and burn and scorch the surface of the world. Jesus wouldn't do that. Jesus brings healing energy. Okay, Jesus is the light of the world, of the earth light that shoots up, geoplasmas. This other one is a false one. Okay, and that sunlight will turn blue and create eventually like a beam of daylight that shoots straight down over the North Pole. And it's a copy, it's a type, it's a mimicry, and it's a wannabe version of the life-giving light that shoots upwards. So they go back and forth. But that's my thoughts on that. Oh, I'm glad that you liked the video. My AI Santa video. What's up, Mind's Eye? Good to see you in the chat. Merry Christmas, everybody. Welcome and happy holidays. If you guys have any, anything you want to point out about Christmas, I'm happy to chime in about it. If I think of some stuff too, I'll bring it up and we can talk about it. Let's see here. We got Ray Pyron who says, JayDreamerZ, is the North Pole free to survey or hike, unlike the Antarctica? Personally, I believe that the land at the North Pole is currently underwater. That's my personal feeling on the subject. Obviously, I've never been there. I don't know. I can't say 100%. But I can feel it and I can sense it, and that's what I sense. That's what I feel. I feel like that there is water at the North Pole and that land is currently underwater, but something is going to happen to raise that land or lower the water, and that land will once again rise up out of the ocean. Let's see. It says in the Bible, Jesus was the morning star. Right, yes. So that's the morning star that I'm talking about. That one that comes up out of the mountain and it rises eastward, right, towards the stars, which is sort of what east means. And then west was Vuost, down into the earth. What else? Oh, the dog star. Nice. Yeah, good one. All right, I'm just trying to catch up here. Yeah, if you type in at JayDreamerZ, it does get my attention. Or just type in J. Sometimes it helps out too. Let's see. The tree was cut down. That's another thing too. I used to think that the North Pole, the actual see, before I stumbled across this theory, or before I came up with this theory of geoplasmas that erupt into earth pillars or pillars of light, I was studying Mount Meru, and this is really what led me to the theory of geoplasmic pillars, right? Especially ones as actual poles that people see in the north, or bars or columns, or however you want to say it, reeds and all the kinds of stuff, trees, right? And people saw that as a tree. So I was looking at Mount Meru itself, and I was seeing all of the stories from antiquity that talked about this mountain that was this pole or this tree or whatever. And then I started thinking about like the giant ancient trees and stuff. So there was a time when I thought that there was a giant titanic tree that just grew up to the firmament, like an actual one that turned to stone, or maybe it was cut down, because it had to have been cut down, was my thought process. But as I continued my studies, as I furthered my research, and as I continued to ask questions about the implications of such things, and as I started to learn more about plasma and electricity and plasma physics, and especially the eye-opening videos that I watched, where people were coming up with theories that there was electrical discharges coming from like the sky and space and stuff. I was like, wait a minute, I don't believe that I believe there's a dome over the earth, but I also believe that there was some sort of electrical, thing happening in the sky that people were drawing as petroglyphs. So it must have come from the earth itself. It must be shooting upwards when people are thinking it's coming downwards. And then I applied that to the mountains like Rupus Nigra, and I realized that it's coming from inside of the earth, which means it must be escaping from openings in the earth, and Rupus Nigra is a large opening in the earth. And therefore, Rupus Nigra itself is not cut down, so to speak, because it's not a tree. If it was a tree symbolically, it's the trunk of the rest of that tree, which is plasma, that shoots up and spreads out as auroras and leaves and limbs and branches and stuff. Jacob is in the chat and says, JayDreamerZ, check out One Piece. Oh, I already know. You're right. Thank you so much for the recommendation. There's a comic book, manga, / cartoon / Netflix series called One Piece. It's all about these pirates and stuff. The pirate symbolism is directly connected to Christmas, the apocalypse, all of this type of stuff. Because I talk a lot about pirates in my second book and the origin of pirates, the actual origin of them, and it's not what you think. It's not what you've been taught. It's nothing like it. What else we got? But yeah, you're right. One Piece has all this plasma apocalypse symbolism in it. So does Dr. Stone. I mean, like almost every comic book, any manga, any comic book, all that stuff, especially the Japanese stuff. But all of it really has all of this apocalyptic symbolism. Not symbology, symbolism. Okay? Just helping you guys out. Symbology is when you study symbolism. That's the study of symbolism. But if you see something, just like Robert says in the chat, it's symbolic, right? You would say, what is the symbolism of it? Not what is the symbology of it. What did he say anyways? I see the symbolism of the apocalypse cycle, and it makes sense. What you said about the sun going up and down reminds me of old cartoons and a wagon wheel advertisement from long ago. Merry Christmas. Well, Merry Christmas to you too, Robert. I'm glad you're here with us. Let's see. The dog star Siri is very real, says Mind's Eye. Let's see. Somebody said the morning star is Venus. Beans and Toast. What's up, Beans and Toast? The morning star is Venus. Well, today, the morning star is called Venus. Today, because we don't have the same conditions that we did long ago within times long forgotten, we have projected the modern world onto the past. So the morning star was not Venus in the past. That's not my belief. According to my research, the morning star was the one I was telling you that comes up out of the mountain. You know what I mean? That was the morning star, which obviously Venus wouldn't come up out of a mountain. Let's see, what else? There's something called helix about the North Pole and living forever. Yes. Well, you don't live forever. Let's be clear about that too. Since we're talking about Jesus, obviously there's a concept of eternal life and stuff. If you want to believe in living forever, and when I talk about living forever, I'm talking about in the flesh, in this body. Some people are like, oh, I wouldn't want to do that because they project, right, modern conditions, which is getting old and decrepit and wrinkled and aging and getting sick and falling apart, onto an ancient concept, which is to live forever, right? If you were to live forever, then you're not going to grow old. You're not going to develop gray hair and sicknesses and all this stuff. You're going to be forever young, forever youthful. However, that word forever is 2 words. For, right? Ever. So let's just focus on the word ever. That word ever does not mean infinitely, without end. It means an age, which is typically 1,000 years. Okay, so if you want to live for 1,000 years, as opposed to living for like 65 years or however long people live for these days, sweet, that's what I'm shooting for. And I believe that the conditions are going to change in this world to allow for that, or at least to allow for the potential to live for that long. Let's see. What's the meaning of Christmas holly? Holly sounds to me like it's probably from the word holy, which means to be set apart or consecrated, right? Or reserved for something special or for someone special. And the holly itself, a lot of the spiked plants that people are using, like the evergreen spiked plants or whatever, I think that the spikiness helps to actually act as a little tiny lightning rods that tend to either trap plasma or keep plasma away or electricity away, because plants can do that too. What else? Just jumping into the chat, trying to catch up to Tammy George says something. She says, Jay, we just had those loud noises that people have been hearing all over the world here in Cincinnati, Ohio. It was just on our news station the other day. You're going to hear more of those, and more people around the world, I believe, are going to hear these skyquakes, mysterious booms and clanging sounds and metallic scraping sounds just coming from everywhere in the atmosphere. I've heard it. And it's creepy when you hear that, man, because it lasts for way longer than it should. You expect the sound to last like a couple seconds, like a jarring, sudden sound, like something happened. No. This is something happening in the air everywhere. Now, listen, the air itself has electricity that runs through it. And because it has electricity on a small scale, you can listen to electricity. You can hear it bzzz and crackle and snap and make this sort of snowy static sound, really high pitched, but that's because it's so tiny. When you take that same electrical charge and you spread it out across, 3 or 4 cities, miles and miles and miles, now it's going to be way different sounding. It's going to be way lower pitched and louder and you know what I mean? Like it's going to sound like these strange sky sounds that a lot of people are starting to hear. Let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of wordplay between the word sun and sun. I think they're just the exact same word. They mean shine. They mean light. What else? Mind's Eye. What's up, Mind's Eye? Says JayDreamerZ. What's your take on the concept of bad Santa? It makes the Silent Night song more sense. Yeah, well, okay, it all depends on how you see stuff, right? You know what I mean? Like Santa to me is the red plasma that comes down out. Okay, the firmament. Okay, let me back up for new people. I believe that the earth is not a ball, but I believe that we live on the surface, which is flat-ish, okay? The water, at least, finds its own level and flattens out. In reality, the land portion on the surface is more bowl-shaped, actually, okay? So Antarctica is like the rim of the bowl, and it goes up, and there's mountains, and there's all kinds of debris, like a really chunky soup with like hardly any liquid in it. right? Where like the potatoes are mountains or whatever. Anyways, where was I going with that? I forgot the question. Oh, the bad Santa. Okay, who do I think Santa is? So I believe that there is a dome over that world. So our world, in part, kind of looks to me like a snow globe, right? Like a little dome on the top and then a flat part on the bottom. There is a dome up there. I believe it's made out of ice. I believe that that the gases in our atmosphere, when they get far enough away from the sun, that they freeze. I'm just saying this simply, okay? But those gases will freeze into ice, and that there is an ice dome over our world, and that pressurizes the atmosphere under that dome. So that's the science behind it, at least in part. And when that dome breaks open, there is plasma on the other side, which is responsible for casting its light through the lens of the dome and creating the luminaries, the sun, the moon, the stars, etc., that we see. That plasma, the same one that is creating the luminaries in the heavens above us, when the dome opens, nothing will be holding that plasma back. Okay, so you'll have these red spirals, red licorice-looking plasma spaghetti snakes and seraphim and however you want to see it, fireworms and dragons and stuff. People will call it different names, but it's all the same stuff. It is very dangerous plasma that is coming from above. And it has the ability, like I said, to petrify things, to scar things, and to burn things, and to electrocute things, obviously, right? And it comes down into this world. Now, it also gives off radiation, which can take the form of, something good happening, depending on what, how the radiation affects a person, or something bad happening, depending on how that radiation affects a person. So in short, you will, a lot of people will mutate. I'm just going to be blunt. A lot of people are going to mutate, okay? They're going to change form. Sometimes for the better. Sometimes you get a sweet mutation. Sometimes not so much. And it's not a preferred mutation. But these are the gifts, okay? There's also telepathy that's given to the world because of that high energetic charge. Anyways, that's plasma. That's Santa. Santa comes down the chimney of our world and tries to get into everybody's houses and all that stuff. So that's Santa. Now, is that evil? That depends on your perspective, okay? I see it as an agent of good, just as I see the blue beam as being good. I see all of it as being good. I could see how people in times past would think that it was evil. This is the question that I'm talking about, by the way. I could see how people would think that this plasma that comes down through the chimney of our world was evil because it's destructive and it kills things and it does this and it does that. I get it. I totally understand. Plus, it brings in negative charge, which is sort of, associated with negativity and evil. Therefore, but it also has a purpose, and it's serving a purpose, and it needs to do what it does as a part of the cleansing process. So personally, I don't see Santa as being evil or good or whatever. I just see it as a necessary event, a necessary tool for our betterment, to continue things so that the world can continue and be refreshed over and over and over again for a purpose. Because this world, the entire world, this particular earth has a particular purpose. Now, when you find that purpose, maybe you'll move to a different earth, or maybe you'll move on to some other reality or whatever, and that's what I kind of like to believe. But let's see, what's my take on the bad Santa? Yeah, so anyway, some people, they hate Santa, especially Christians or, religious people or whatever. I love it. I love all of it. I love Krampus. I love the good Santa. I love the bad Santa. I love all of it. Because I see the origin of all of it. I see through it to the heart of it, of what it actually is. Does that mean I'd rather get visited by, the evil Santa from the sky that turns things it touches into freaking rock and petrifies stuff? No, obviously not. I'm going to stay away. But I would rather go bathe in the light of the world that shoots up as a geoplasma that refreshes and reinvigorates and, eradicates bacterias and microbial fungal infections. And, like this healing energy that comes up out of the earth is really, for me, the focus, right? This one's a destructive energy, but it's a cleansing agent. The other one is also a cleansing agent, but life follows it. Anyways, I'm just kind of rambling on that one. JayDreamerZ, third time is the charm. We had a record heat in Iceland. Yeah, we had record heat here too, in Colorado. As a matter of fact, everybody is talking about it. This is the weirdest Christmas I've ever had in Colorado. We expect it to be cold at least. We don't always expect it to snow. I'm way up on this microphone. I'm so excited. We don't always expect it to snow. We don't always expect a white Christmas. We used to, but the seasons are all screwed up because the sun is getting hotter and hotter. It's hot in my room right now. It is like summertime outside. It's messed up. Okay, this feels nothing like winter. The seasons are real messed up. These are huge omens, by the way. All right, let's see. We got Ray who says, did you explain why the candy canes are red and white? No, I didn't. I don't know. I can't really figure that part out. Maybe the white part is the ice, you know, and then the red part is the plasma. Possibly. Actually, you know what? That could be it. Now that I'm thinking about this, because I believe, so let me back up. Okay. For those of you who are new, at the North Pole, I believe there's a circular land, right? Or that there once was a circular land, and that circular land will return to us. And it's about 1,200 miles in diameter, I'm going to guess, okay? Now, over that circular land, I believe every other cycle, when that land is up on the surface and people can go there and stuff, that there is a plasma shell over that land. There's a plasma sheath or a dome of plasma, okay? It's ethereal. It's energetic. It's basically a force field, okay? Just to use a fun term. But it's swirling around, and I believe that it's red in color. And I can't remember what led me to believe that that particular plasma sheath is red in color, but I think that it is. I'm pretty certain, actually, as opposed to the blue beam that shoots up out of it. Okay? But anyway, up above that land that has this dome of red plasma above it, if it is red, okay? If you were to look up at the apex dome, which is hanging down in the sky, and it has these ripples to it, okay? 3 ripples specifically, 3 large ripples. Those ripples are going to, that apex dome, because it's made out of freaking firmament, the firmament, which is made out of ice, is reflective. So when you shine light up at it, it will reflect the land directly below. So when people look up at the apex dome, they should see a target of red and white circles. If it's reflecting the land below, and if you can see the color of the dome, which would completely cover that land, because some parts of those ripples in the apex dome would not reflect the land directly below because they're at an angle. Okay, so they would reflect, they would just be seen as the white ice, or possibly even reflecting, if there's ocean, it would show something else, anything but the land that's below it. But then every other ring would show the land below it. Anyways, that's kind of hard to explain. You have to envision that in your head. I hope that made sense. All right, next up. Merry Christmas, Tinfoil Hatter. Good to see you. Let's see. My chat froze. I'm just waiting for it to catch up. Right now, if you're just joining us, we're talking about Christmas, the apocalypse, okay, which is, they go hand in hand. I love to focus on the apocalypse aspect of it. Everyone else, they want to focus on the family and the presents and just the good times, and, you know, why focus on all the bad stuff or whatever? Why think about it? To me, it's not bad. To me, it's not bad at all. Talking about the apocalypse, talking about a Christmas Day cataclysm or a catastrophe is not bad. To me, I'm happy doing that. I'm excited. I believe it's a good thing to promote and to talk about and to let people know the good news of the apocalypse that's on the way. Let's see. Being a Messianic Jew, I don't follow Kabbalah either. I used to be a Messianic Jew. That's how I learned a lot of this, the Hebrew. That's how I learned Hebrew, or at least biblical Hebrew, while I was Messianic Jewish. So I learned the Hebrew alphabet, or the Aleph Bet, so that I could better read the Bible and learn it in its original, or closer to the original language. All right, so that's sweet. What else we got in the chat? Lucy, I saw you in the chat somewhere. Merry Christmas, specific notion. Good to see you. My brother is not here. He's at my mom's house, I think, or he's probably back at his house celebrating now. My nephew, man, his son got like a freaking Gatling gun dart Nerf gun or whatever. It's crazy. What else? Yeah, my ears are ringing a bit louder as well. I can back that up. Let's see. I'm just looking for anything in the chat. Once we're done hanging out and chatting, I'm going to go ahead and roll all of our past Christmas specials. So maybe do that in about 10 minutes or so. Yeah, I don't know about this fog stuff. Today, Christmas is full of the heaviest fog I've ever seen. You guys, listen, I believe you, and I think that's great. Thank you so much for sharing that there's fog where you live. There is no fog. Let me just make that clear where I live. None. So it kind of irritates me. Not you. Let me take your comment down. It's just the whole fog thing. I've seen other people and other channels and stuff like really try to like encourage a sense of paranoia. In an everyday event, something normal that happens, which is fog or rain or whatever. Like, oh, there's rain here, guys. It's the rain. The rain's back. Like, it would be the same thing. And people talk about it as if there's worldwide fog. And let me just be clear, there's not yet. There will come a time, okay, when there is worldwide fog. We're not in that time right now. I could look right outside right now and show you there is no fog at all. There's no poison fog. There's no weird fog, strange fog, whatever. There will come a time when the entire earth, when the firmament cracks open, the atmosphere rapidly depressurizes, there will be fog across the world, and it will be poison fog because there will be all types of different gases that are released from the earth. And there will be monsters in the fog, and that will be a fog to worry about. Okay. But I don't know. I try not to promote the whole like, oh my God, I saw fog today, and everyone's like, oh my God, me too. What are they doing? You know what I mean? Not saying you're doing that, mind's eye, but it just reminded me that. Yeah, radiation fog too. Just the word radiation is thrown in there and people are like, oh, it's radioactive fog. No, it's not. Okay. At least I have not heard of radioactive fog personally. And if there is a such thing, it's definitely not worldwide. All right. Why is the world here? Oh, good question. I believe personally that the world is here as a school for experiencing particular things and therefore learning particular lessons. That's what I think. What else? See, everyone's doing the fog thing, man. We had fog here too. Oh my God. Listen, there will come a time when you guys, trust me, when it's the fog that you need to worry about, we won't be able to talk about it on the internet because there won't be an internet. But that fog will come one day. Let's see. The sun's radioactive energy? Okay. I'm going to let you guys have your little conversations because unless you want me to jump in. But yeah. Let's see. What else? Oh, Lucy Rose Up says that's super heavy because I'm experiencing the whole fungal thing. This, that, and the other. I can't help but wonder. My dad said it was unseasonably warm after it's been real weird, right? It's going to get warmer and warmer. It's going to get so freaking warm that it's going to start burning the earth. Watch out. I'm telling you ahead of time. And I want to give a shout out to Mary in Florida. Merry Christmas to you. And thank you so much for all of your love and support. I really appreciate you. It's all I can do. I wish I could write you a letter, but I just want to say thank you. And, it's nice to hear from you. All right. Who else we got in the chat? Dark Santa pulled by 13 dead goats or 13 dead goats. Yeah. So the 13, that has to do with the mountains that surround that circular island at the North Pole. What else? It's unseasonably warm in Delaware as well. It's cold where Chris lives. Let's see. Shorts and t-shirt in Kansas. Interesting. There's a mild fog here. Okay. Thank you guys. There's no radiation in the fog. Yeah, so a lot of people are saying in the chat that it's really warm where they are. It is. I'm telling you, the sun's getting hotter. We are entering into the apocalypse times, I believe. There was a blizzard in Newfoundland. Interesting. I wish there was a blizzard here. I mean, there's going to be different weather across the world, but I'm just speaking the generalities. You know what I mean? In general, what is the weather? What's the trend? You know what I mean? It's been winter cold in South Australia as the rest of Australia swelters in heat. Interesting. I mean, that makes sense to me. You're a bit closer to the dome. What else we got? We just talked about this last night with Zen Garcia and the book of Baruch. It tells about time speeding up. That's correct. God, I wish I could talk with Zen, man. We have so much to talk about. But, you know, maybe in another life. But yeah, you're right. Time speeding up. Time is speeding up. That's a huge one too. Why does it have a little tuft of hair in the middle? Time is speeding up. Okay? Watch, next Christmas, we'll feel like, you know, it's right around the corner already. I promise. It'll feel like only 5 months have passed, or maybe 6 or 7, and then it'll be Christmas already. Time is definitely speeding up. All right, anything else? You guys got anything about Christmas? What else we got? I don't really care about the fog. Jubilee, she restoreth. Says, hi, Jay. What's up, Jubilee? What are your thoughts on the flooding in California besides the obvious weather manipulation? I don't know if people are really manipulating the weather. I think Mother Earth is much bigger than human beings. So I know people try to manipulate the weather, and yes, to a certain degree, people do. I don't really think it's obvious that people are manipulating the weather. I think Mother Nature is manipulating the weather just fine. But flooding in California, I don't really have any thoughts about it. I don't watch the news. You're the first person to tell me that California is being flooded right now. But to me, it's all part of the omens of the apocalypse. All right, let's see. Everybody's reporting the weather in the chat. What else we got? Man, see, that's why I don't like talking about like fog and stuff, because now everybody's talking about the weather and stuff. And I'm going off of what you guys are saying in the chat, and I don't want to keep going in circles. You know what I mean? I mean, you guys can if you want to, but we're at the part where I'm just feeding off of the chat, and I'm gonna take off here in a minute. Let's see. Nobody has anything about Christmas? That's crazy. Let's see. This Pinwin First says, doors wide open. 21st Hopi prophecy spoke of North Pole shift into the higher 5th level conscious age. Love the AFES speaks of time as well. Hello, telepathy. Yes, so the age that we're about to go into, to me, is like the next dimension that a lot of people think we're going to move into or whatever. It is a time of light and energy and magic and all the stuff that is just, you know, fanciful to us today. Yes, I hate fog. I just hate a boring subject. It's boring to me. The fog thing is boring. Like, I haven't heard one person say anything about why I should be concerned or interested in it at all, except for there's fog here too. Okay, good job. Thank you. What else? Yeah, that's right. The car lights will turn on by themselves. When you have an influx of energy into the atmosphere, all the lights actually will start turning on or flickering. If there's a fluctuation in that energetic field, they'll flicker, they'll turn on by themselves. They have the technology to manipulate the weather. Well, you know, maybe, but who has more power, the Earth or them? I side with the Earth. I think people just give too much credit to human beings. I'm not trying to dismiss that there is a such thing as chemtrails and there is, you know, weather modification of different types and stuff. I agree with that. But to me, that's way small scale in comparison to the Earth. I always want to say, what is Mother Earth doing? What's happening with the Earth first before I jump into what humans are doing? What else? Merry Christmas, amazing humans, says Amber Hill. Merry Christmas to you too. Beans and Toast says the sun dies, sun. It's reborn in 3 days as it moves 1 degree north back towards the center. A few stories is in there. It's all allegory. I don't think it's all allegory. I think it's very literal, actually. But I know what you're saying. You're right. So that this is the time when the sun dies, and it doesn't even die. You know what I mean? Like, the sun does not die. It does not disappear every winter. So what's that about? You know what I mean? But people are like, oh yeah, this is the time of year when the sun dies. No, no, it's not. This is the time of the year when the sun dips down lower on the horizon. It's not dying. And then people will say like, oh, it's dying on the Southern Cross. No. They applied that. You can make a Southern Cross out of like any of those stars in the south. Okay. It's just connect the dots. The reality is there is a time when the sun will die. It will turn off. It will disappear. That's the sun dying. And also then we have the other versions of different types of suns like we talked about. Let's see. Okay, sweet. Let's see. We're so over Christmas. I love Christmas time. I think it's great. I love the energy in the air, the atmosphere. Or, I like the Christmas spirit. Let's see. Christmas is supposed to be the Roman god myth Mithra, says Beans and Toast. Yes, so many of those are those same gods and those same deities and stuff are the same ones that we're talking about that have been personified. When in reality they started off, I keep referencing this picture of the Candy King question mark in the sky. Yeah, they're real historic events of things that people didn't understand, so they personified them and they labeled them. Let's see, what else? Silver bells. Kathy wants to know about the silver bells. So people would use bells as a warning whenever there was a high electrical charge, or people would see dragons or ogres or these giant spirit forms. It's basically plasma. And the bells would vibrate on their own if there was enough energy in the air, which would ring them. But also, when the bells rang, they disrupted the atmosphere, and they disrupted the pressure that's in the atmosphere, which basically makes all the charge, the electrical charge and electrical buildup, dissipate or go away from that area. So the bells were used as protective weapons, basically, oftentimes. What else? Catching up here. Sojo, what's up, Sojo? Good to see you. Specific Notion says, JayDreamerZ, what do you think about the coincidence that the candy cane stripe were widely used on barbershop poles, barber poles? Yes, definitely. So the barber pole, the North Pole, all those red and white striped poles, they have North Pole symbolism, mostly. South Pole too, I guess, but the actual South Pole is directly above the physical geographic North Pole because it's the apex dome that hangs down from the firmament. So that's a negative charge up there, positive charge down below, or vice versa, depends on the polarity of the Earth, but one's the opposite of the other. And when those plasma filaments come down and come into our world from the bowl above us, which is the apex dome, a time will come when our magnetism is restored to the Earth, and the second it's restored, it will cut off all of those little strands, and you'll see them fall to the Earth like hair. And that's where you get the barber god from. So the barber god and the stories of gods who cut off hair and stuff like Loki, that's where that comes from, is that the hair of the sky god above, or goddess, or however you want to see it, is being cut off, and all those little striations will be cut off from their source as well, which is beyond in the cosmos. Let's see. Why isn't everything flavored peppermint for Christmas? I don't know. I like peppermint stuff. Merry Christmas, Kimberly. Let's see. Matt asks the question, do you think that we have free electricity and they charge us for using it? Yeah, in a way I do, but I think there's way less electrical charge to use that the Earth itself is giving off, especially up here on the surface, than there used to be. But the time will return to us whenever to charge for electricity would be just out of the question, because it will be everywhere. And like I said, people will have to run away from the electrical charges. What else? Anything else? You guys got anything else for me? Anything about Christmas? North Pole stuff? Santa Claus? Elves? Any of the Christmas stuff? Some say it was Jesus, 1,000 years reigning here. Yes. So I believe that whenever those geoplasmas erupt up out of the earth, that is the age of light, also known as the millennial reign of Christ, which to me means light. What's up, Cherokee 4Jacks? Good to see you. Welcome. All right. I guess that's about it for today. I don't really see anything else in the chat here. Oh yeah, every time a bell rings, an angel gets its wings. That's actually a good one. So the angels are these electrical charges that will stay in the atmosphere. So like sprites, if you guys have ever seen a picture of a sprite, it's like sort of has like electricity that goes up and then electricity that goes down underneath it, like that, right? And right now they kind of flash in the atmosphere and then disappear because the charge goes away. When the charge does not go away, those angels, right, will stay in the atmosphere. And if you ring a bell near them, it's going to disturb the atmosphere, and you'll see their electrical charge move, or they'll grow wings. That's my theory on that. I like that theory. What else? Bells were healing and kept parasites and demons away. Well, if by demon you mean electricity and electrical charge, I agree with you. I don't know about the parasite thing. I know acoustics, cymatics and stuff can work at every single level, so I could see the truth in that. Using cymatics that you can focus or tune into a resonant energy or frequency with another, object like a parasite or whatever. Yeah, I could see that. Let's see. Why do elves' shoes curl up? I was wondering that myself one day. Why do they curl up? I don't know. Maybe they hung upside down maybe they were doing some crazy sit-ups. I really don't know. I never thought about that. I mean, I have thought about it, but I haven't researched it. So that's a good one. I like that question. Let's see. All right, sweet. So here's what I'm going to do. I want to thank you guys for joining me on the live stream portion of today's presentation. Now I'm going to put on all of my past Christmas specials. This is going to be a marathon. You guys can feel free to continue hanging out in the chat for the rest of Christmas and for the rest of today. I might pop in from time to time, but I'm going to be cleaning my house and making plans for next year, and getting my stuff in order. And make dinner and, do regular human stuff for the rest of today. So thank you so much for joining me. Merry Christmas to all of you. Appreciate you guys. And let's see. Let me see if I can get this figured out here. I hope this works. So hopefully it works.
Dear Santa, I would like the apocalypse for Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. Merry apocalypse, JayDreamerZ. Begin the dreamer. Christmas cataclysm. Have it. Release him.
But something's forcing me to stay. It'd be easier for me.
You can fly, Santa. Time to wake up the world. Blue Tracker! Firecracker! Rocket ignition! On gun! Go Kubrick! Go Goddard and Prism! Time to wake up the world! Go for Christmas balls! Even though these 6-7s is on some naughty shit, give us what we want anyway, huh? Let's give them what they deserve. Your dome is broken! Time to go! Dear Santa, the world is mostly naughty. Please, turn them into coal to keep the nice ones warm this year. You've read my mind, JayDreamerZ. Dear Santa, the governments have removed the North Pole land from all maps. Thank you, JayDreamerZ. Dear Santa, the nice ones will be rest or satisfied with what we have. The Four Horsemen will be giving you a break this year. Oh, thank God, finally. Dear Santa, don't forget to like and subscribe.
For more sweet theories and new ideas, be sure to check out www.JayDreamerZ.com and get the book, Ancient Oblivion, The Plasma Apocalypse. Available now. People like you make things like this possible.
Time to wake up, 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 time to wake up.
Quasi-Luminous and some other people are right about what we think might lie at the North Pole. Let's go inside and see what he says.
Hey, what's up, everyone? So, before we go in, check out my interview with Santa Claus. First, I have to say a couple things. One, I know we all have, our research we've done on the figure of Santa and on Christmas and all that. I would like to ask you to suspend all those thoughts for now, because what I'm really trying to focus on is the North Pole, the topic of the North Pole, and that's what I'm going to be asking Santa about. Now, believe me, it was burning in me to ask him about the flat Earth. However, I'm pretty sure there wouldn't have been an interview had I brought up the flat Earth. Maybe next time. That could be in store in the future. But there's a couple notes I want to go over before I show you this interview. First of all, if you're watching the guy that plays Santa, I want to say thank you very much for agreeing to do this interview with me. I know you didn't have to. I know you get paid to take pictures with kids, so I really appreciate your time. Secondly, towards the end of the video, Santa gives a really good message that I think is actually important to this topic of the North Pole. Alright, so what about the North Pole? It seems like, obviously the North Pole comes up in legends and myths and fantasy. And here's the thing about the North Pole, like, we don't go there. It's almost as unexplored as Antarctica to me. Nobody really goes to the North Pole. And our legends and our myths and our stories about the North Pole are almost never boring. They're almost never bland, like, there once was a region in the north of pure ice, and that was all. Like, that's not how the legends about the North Pole ever go. We hear about people who come from the north. We heard about giants. We hear about elven creatures. We hear about the gods coming from the north. So, to me, I'm very interested in the North Pole, and I'm also very interested in seeing where all of these myths and legends and stories come from, and is there anything to them? And I think that there is. So another thing I want to bring up is synchronicity. It seems to me that the North Pole has been on a lot of people's minds seemingly out of nowhere. It just seems to me like no one was really interested in the North Pole, but now in certain circles on YouTube and online, lots of people are very interested in knowing more about the North Pole or researching ancient myths and legends that come from various cultures. Quasi-Luminous in particular discusses the North Pole and going to the North Pole all the time. I'll talk about that in just a second. The other thing is I'm going to be asking Santa about the properties of the North Pole. Now, while he's just a guy playing a character, he does touch on some things that, to me, sort of ring true. And for me, this gets into tapping into the ether subconsciously. I think a lot of us, we're able to just sort of tap into this ether around us, or Akashic records, or whatever you want to call it. And I think that as I'm interviewing Santa, that he actually taps into that and brings back some information, even if it's, you know, designed to be playful and fictional. A lot of us have already realized that fact is often today disguised as fiction. So some of the things that Santa's going to mention is that the North Pole, the part of the North Pole that's inhabited, the important part, is invisible. You can't see it. If you and I were to go there, you wouldn't be able to see Santa's workshop and all the elves and their houses and their communities or any of that, because it's got some sort of invisible barrier around it. Now, to me, this rings true because I absolutely think that we're dealing with beings and entities that have a technology far more advanced than what we're aware of. And even lately, I just watched this movie, Allegiant, and it's the third movie in the Divergent series. And in the movie Allegiant, it starts right off with all the characters are trapped in this city, and there's a huge wall all around the city, and they're all saying, we need to get to the wall, we need to go beyond the wall, we need to blow up the wall, we need to tear the wall down, because they recognize and they realize that there are other beings that live on the other side of that wall, and there's more land, and the land goes on. But the wall in the movie is invisible, and it actually is sort of holographic, so if you were to look at it, it would show you an image that looks like you're continuing to look on forever, when in reality there's a wall right there. So I absolutely think that that's very much possible. Cloaking devices and things that can turn other things invisible, even people. So Santa mentions the North Pole being invisible. He also mentions the North Pole being geothermal, which means that what he's basically saying is that it's inhabitable. It's not so freezing cold and full of ice and icebergs and freezing water, which is what the image that we're given of the North Pole, just like the image we're given of the South Pole or the Antarctic and that region. We're given these images, I think, just to detract us from going there, just to scare us away from going there. You know, just like on the Truman Show, he's shown all these images in order to put fear into him, to keep him away from certain areas. I think that the North Pole is one of those areas. But it's geothermal, he says, which means that the Earth itself heats up the North Pole area, and that there's actually hot springs and fountains, which is really interesting because that got me into talking about the Fountain of Youth. So I also asked Santa about the elves, because elves are just one of the few fairy tale mythical creatures that we're given in the guise of fiction and fantasy, but they are said to have come from the North Pole, or from the North. And personally, I think elves are real. And if they don't live amongst us today, I think I have a very strong indication that they once did. That elves lived among us, and they lived in the giant trees, and the world was vastly different. And I think that the elves were probably related to the Silica era. And so these elves are said to have derived from the North Pole, right? And another thing we think about when we think of the North Pole is, you know, some people say that there's a mountain or some sort of strong magnetic rock. Others think that there's a hole and you can go into the Earth from the North Pole. If this is true, and based on a few accounts I've read and heard about, there are beings that live inside of the Earth, and there's an entrance up in the North Pole. So I just think that's all very interesting, and all those topics are interrelated. So I do ask Santa about the elves. I ask him how long they live. He says, over 1,000 years. I'm like, well, that's a really long time. Might that have something to do with this whole Fountain of Youth? And I let Santa know about the expeditions that were launched to go find the Fountain of Youth at the North Pole. Now, the North Pole is basically off limits, all right? Not only are we conditioned to be afraid of it and to not want to traverse it, but logically, if you think about it, the North Pole is the quickest way to get from one continent to another. All the continents are pretty much circled around the North Pole. So, to me, it should be, full of highways and byways and passages and routes that we can take to get from one place to another. However, we don't take those routes. We go the long way. Every time we go the long way. But the North Pole's off limits. The governments of the world, especially America, have military installations that guard the air passage through. So there's something to the North Pole. There has to be. Otherwise, they wouldn't be guarding it. And I think a lot of us realize that. Just like they've imposed a ban on the Antarctic Ocean to keep people away from going there. Because everyone loves Chilean sea bass so much that we have to keep those around. Which is a whole nother topic, but what's to stop them from imposing a similar ban on the waters of the North? So, Quasi-Luminous. I gotta mention Quasi-Luminous. Why? Because he's one of the few people that really hits home on being very serious on a quest or a march on the North Pole. Now, I'm not going to get into his other interesting beliefs and ideas about some things, but I do applaud him for trying to gather as much people as he can to eventually one day, 2.6 years from now, to all of him and his little community to go to the North Pole. And I think that's great, regardless of whatever they're going there for or whatever their beliefs are. I think that's great. As many people as can go up there at one time, the better. Excuse me. Now, who is allowed to go to the North Pole? If there is an opening at the North Pole, then it stands to reason there very well may be some truth to there being elven beings or giants or what have you, some sort of beings that are not quite human at the North Pole or in the North Pole, or above the North Pole. But if there really are other beings, I haven't seen any around lately, have you? So my question is, we're guarded from going to the North Pole, right? They don't want us to go to the North Pole. But if there is a Fountain of Youth or something like that at the North Pole, I would think that the government or the powers that be, Big Brother, would continually be going into the North Pole like all the time and coming back. We would basically see people living forever, and I would also expect to occasionally catch a glimpse of some of these otherworldly creatures or alien creatures that we're not used to seeing, that make a home either inside the Earth or at the North Pole, what have you. However, I don't see that, which makes me wonder if passage out is also restricted in some way, shape, or form, either by them or by our governments. I don't know. But if our government is not allowed to go to the North Pole or to go into the inner Earth, which is said to lie at the North Pole, then I wonder if there's some sort of futuristic, technologically advanced form of a gate, or maybe a mini dome type thing, or some sort of an enclosure. Maybe it's tied into this invisibility cloak that seems to surround the North Pole. But here's my guess. My guess is that if they cannot, and I mean Big Brother, if Big Brother cannot go into the North Pole, and if they cannot go beyond the borders of the South Pole, which is also something I speculate, I wonder if we can get into the North Pole. That's why they condition us to fear it, right? Maybe there is a key that allows passage of particular individuals into particular areas like the North and the South. I wonder if this key has something to do with the condition of the spirit of the individual. I say this because I've seen many movies and read many books where sometimes the theme is basically someone had to go get something that was very coveted by the bad guys, but the bad guys couldn't get it, and the hero could only get it because he didn't want it. He didn't want to use it for selfish gain. The bad guys all wanted it for selfish gain, so they were unable to get it. There was some sort of magic cast over it to keep them from getting it. Only a person who did not want it could access it. So I wonder if only those of a pure heart could access the northern and southern boundaries. I wonder if those of us who have pure intentions could enter in and to come back. Anyways, those are my thoughts. Let's now check out the interview with the man himself. Thanks for watching.
I'm here with Santa Claus, everybody. How you doing, Santa?
I'm doing fine, just fine. Fine as frog here. That's
Well-
real slickery, you know.
We're all wondering what's at the North Pole. There's so much talk about what's up there and what's it like up there.
Well, you know the North Pole is geothermic powered. That's why you can't see it. It's always got a fog about it.
Wow.
Because you see it's cool there, but we got hot springs. So everything's powered eco-friendly.
So there's hot springs at the North Pole.
Yes, there is.
Some people have speculated, there's been explorers in the past, and they've thought that the Fountain of Youth lies at the North Pole. Do you know if there's a Fountain of Youth? Is there any kind of magical water or properties up there?
Well, there's magic in your heart. Okay, the magic doesn't come from the water. The magic comes from inside the soul.
How about the elves? Can you tell us about the elves up there?
Well, there's a lot of elves, and they do reproduce, so we do have to build some houses for them, okay? You know, they can have babies. They are human, okay? Just because they're little doesn't mean they're not human. They work very hard, and they take pride in what they do, and they're really special people.
And about how long, what's the average lifespan for an elf?
Well, and elves can be anywhere up to 1,200 years old.
Wow, that's a long time.
Yes, a long time. Hi there! Yes.
Well, thank you so much,
Thank you
Santa,
so
for
much.
letting me interview
Everybody,
you.
Merry Christmas, and just do your best. Do something nice for somebody. Alrighty? That's what it's all about. Giving something without expecting something in return. Thanks now. Merry Christmas.
Well said, Santa. Thank you.
This is a Christmas special that we'll be talking about etymology. We'll be talking about the hidden origins of the symbols behind Christmas. Now, I know a lot of you have already been down the truth-seeking rabbit hole, and you've come across all kinds of information. I've also come across a lot of the same information, but hopefully I'll bring some new ideas to the table for everybody today. So, let me just get the chat box pulled up real quick, and we'll jump right into today's video. Like I said, we're going to be talking about the esoteric origins of the things behind Christmas. Not just Christmas itself, but all of the different symbols and symbolism. Or as some people would say, symbology. I like to say symbolism. I'm just popping the chat out right now. Welcome to everyone who is joining us today. I'm just getting the chat set up here so I can say hello to everyone. Okay, so Merry Christmas, or Happy Holidays, or Happy Winter, or Winter Solstice, or Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, whatever it is that you celebrate or don't celebrate. We are here to learn. We're here to discuss some things and think outside of the box when it comes to Christmas. Now, let's start off with a foundation. Okay, the foundation, and by the way, I do know for those of you in the chat that the audio could be a little crackly from time to time when I get a little louder. That's something I'm working on right now. I'm trying to work out the kinks. But let's get right into our topic, which is Christmas. Now, many of you may have grown up much like myself. Many of you may have grown up where when Christmas time came around, your parents or your aunts and uncles or your grandparents or somebody in the family, they would put presents under the tree and they would label them from Santa. Usually the really good stuff, like nobody, for some reason, no one wants to like give the really crappy presents Santa's name. You know what I mean? Like, I don't do that. Now I'm going to talk about Santa. As a matter of fact, we're going to talk about Santa first. Then we're going to talk about the elves. Then we're going to talk about the Christmas tree. Then we're going to talk about the North Pole. For those of you who are just watching, all of the things I will be discussing today, I'm dead serious about. I'm talking about the reality behind the myths, the reality behind the legends. All legends and myths are basically truth. They're just told in a different way. They're told in story form, as are many of our traditions, including Christmas. Now, you may see some pictures down here below me. These are going to be a compilation of, like, there's a slideshow of various pictures of elves, trees, especially the ancient giant trees in the world that once was, Santa Claus, things like that, just to give you sort of a visual of the things I'll be talking about. Yes, we will be talking about Krampus, we'll be talking about Santa and all that good stuff. Now, I grew up thinking that there was a Santa Claus, thinking that there was a jolly guy who flew around on his sleigh with his reindeer, and he was super happy, and he brought people presents. He never, over here in America, he very rarely actually gives out coal, but we're going to talk about that. But my point is, many of you grew up with this belief that Santa Claus was real, and your parents told you this, that it was real, and you may have grown up, teaching your children that it was real. Now, let me just stop real quick, okay? Everybody in the chat, please try to be calm, okay? Be calm and chat on, right? Only because I know that, this particular topic gets into avenues of religion and beliefs and things like that. Try really hard to separate yourself from your personal connection to these words, because there's going to be a lot of trigger words that I'll be saying throughout the course of our conversation, and I need you to keep an open mind about the ideas that I'll be presenting and talking about, okay? Because some of them are going to be actually quite taboo and controversial. So, my point is, Santa Claus is not traditionally real in the real sense. And because Santa Claus is not real, and we have told people that he is, and we have people pretending to be him, then it's kind of like some people have seen that as perpetrating a lie, as saying, oh, well, I don't want to lie, and I've been down that path, so I understand where you're coming from. But something that I was thinking about when it comes to Santa Claus and kind of promoting the legend or the story, or as some people would say, the lie, which I don't believe it is a lie. I believe that the truth is everywhere. The truth is everything. It's up to us to unravel the truth, right? But I do understand, especially if you've gone down the rabbit hole of learning more about the origins or the pagan origins of Christmas. Now, if I use the word pagan, that's one of those trigger words, okay? Try to separate yourself from how you feel about that word or what you've been taught to feel about that word. And just hear me out as I go. Pagan means the hill people, or people from the hills, or the mountains, really. So let's start off. Let's kick things off with Santa Claus, okay? And by the way, for those of you in the chat, I will be jumping in. I see everybody with the well wishes. I see everyone saying hello. Well, hello to everyone around the world. I'm going to jump into the chat. We'll do that halfway through. Halfway through the video, I'll jump in the chat And we'll talk about all the different things that you guys want to talk about as far as Christmas is related. And then we'll finish up with some other topics. But let's talk about Santa Claus first, okay? And I'll be doing some screen sharing today as well, just so you can see the things that I'm looking at over here on my end. Now, many people who have gone down the Christmas rabbit hole, we already know certain facts, right? We already know certain things. Many people have put many things together. Like, for example, something very easy. Santa is an anagram, or could be an anagram for Satan, right? All you have to do is move the N over to the end of the word, and you have the word Satan, right? Now, I'm not saying Santa Claus is Satan, but we're going to break all of that down. I want to talk about the origins. So let me go ahead and bring up my screen sharing here. Now, I can do one of two things for you guys. We can do some screen sharing, and I could put it up on the screen like this, or we can do some screen sharing, and I can go ahead and put it up on the screen in large form. That way you guys can follow along with me here. All right, so, ooh, that's a quote from the Bible. That's going to take us into our Christmas tree part of our show today. Not sure what was going on with that. Okay. Okay, so Saint Nicholas. This is the origin, the popular origin for the character known as Santa Claus, right? Saint Nicholas. Nicholas. So let's learn a little bit more about this Saint Nicholas character. We're not going to really stay on Saint Nicholas because, quite honestly, I don't care about Saint Nicholas. I'm more interested in some other things, but this is an important part of Christmas, so I do want to acknowledge this particular portion. You might not be able to see Saint Nick there on your side, but it's just a picture over there. Anyhow, Nicholas, let's look at the name. Etymology is the origin, the study of word origins. Now, Nicholas, for those of you who have the name Nicholas or Nick, we're going to talk about that for just a minute. Now, Saint Nicholas, also known as Saint Nick for short, his name is a compound of Nike, which means victory, and Laos, which means people. Victory and people. Now, if I scroll down here on Wikipedia, it'll say, let's see, over here to the right, I'm going to have to make the screen a little bigger. Okay, so I'll just read it to you. You can't really see it because it's off the screen there, but it says Nicholas comes from Nike and Laos, victory and people. So they have translated that as like victorious, like sort of like a hero of the people, right? But I don't believe that that's actually what that means. I think it actually means more like the people are victorious. And this is Saint Nicholas, and he's basically, you know, there's a story about him in the church, and you know, he had given some gifts out and things of that nature. But I want us to really look at the name, because this is the name that Santa Claus supposedly is named after. Victory, which is Nike or Nike, right? That's where your Nike shoes come from. That's why the Nike symbol, let me just go ahead and go back to the live stream here. That's why the Nike symbol has the little, what they call a swoosh, okay? That's not a swoosh, all right? That is a hook. That is the sickle that was used to take down Uranu, or Uranus. Many people refer to him as Uranus. It's a trophy. That's all it is. And Nike means victory. So that's why when you look at your shoes and you've got the Nike swoosh, it's not really a swoosh. Give me a break. What is a swoosh? You know, just that's stupid. It's an actual picture of something, and it's a picture of a hook. It's a picture of a sickle, like you would see the Grim Reaper with, you know, like a big sickle. That's what it is. And the hook is one of the little trophy symbols of the ruling elites of today, and they use the hook in order to sort of brag about being victorious over their fathers, the Titans. And they put it all over the place. It's sort of a bragging right, and it's also a warning. They'll use it as a warning quite often, saying, hey, we defeated the Titans. You know, that's basically what the hook means. So anyhow, that's Nike, right? And then Nike Laos. Laos means people. So we've got the root words that means winner or victor and people. However, the word Laos, the root of that actually means stone or rock. And there's a story behind this too. I'll go ahead and pull this up real quick. Let's see if I can find the story. Where'd the story go? Oh, here we go. Okay, so as you can see right here, the Greek word Laos originates from the word root Laos, as found in the word, and it's got a, latomeo, and it means stone or rock. So, Niko Laos means victor, and then it could mean people. However, more accurately, it means stone or rock, as in the Greek mythology. Now, it gives a little mini glimpse into this mythology of a man named Deucalion. Deucalion is basically the Greek version of Noah in the Noah's Ark story. And it says Deucalion and Pyra, and it's kind of interesting to me because Pyra indicates fire or light, just like pyramid or pyramid means fire inside or light inside. So Deucalion and his wife Pyra recreated the people, human beings, after they had vanished in a catastrophic deluge. Deluge means flood. By throwing stones behind their shoulders while they kept marching on. And the name can be understood to mean victory of the people. But let's think about this, right? If the root, las, means rock or stone, then couldn't the name Nicholas also mean something akin to victory, rock victory, or perhaps victory over the rocks, or perhaps survivors of the stone, or survivors of the Stone Age, stone survivors? What does that mean? Well, for those of you new to my channel, I talk about the concept known as mud fossils, where the ancient world went through a stone age, an age whenever everything had turned into rock or stone due to advanced technology, petrification weapons, basically. But Nikolaos could mean survivor of the stones or survivor of the Stone Age, if one were to interpret it names, okay? Because nicknames are absolutely related. Now, here's something interesting about the word nick. You ever cut yourself? You know, get a paper cut and you say, I nicked my finger. Oh, I nicked myself. Well, nick also means to cut or to slice or to raise, right? To cut something. So a nickname is a name that has been cut or shortened, right? Another interesting thing is that the word nick can also have the connotation of thievery, that somebody who has been nicked has been robbed, basically. And nick means to steal. So this is interesting. So we've got Saint Nick, which could be interpreted as the saint, the thief saint, the thief who steals. Now I'm just speculating here. I'm just letting you know that is a possible interpretation. But nicknames, right? What's the big deal about nicknames? Nick is when you shorten something or you cut it off, right? And a nickname, it's when you shorten a name. Now, what is a name? A name is really just a description of something. Now, why is this important? Well, with the concept of Christmas and Hanukkah and Kwanzaa and all this religious mumbo jumbo that comes around this time of year, we have to discuss some of these things, especially the biblical ones, you know, because that's kind of what is popular this time of year. Now, in the Bible, there was a group of people known as the Nicolaitans. Nicolation, right? The Nichols, basically. And I believe that nicknames, they shorten things, right? They shorten the description of something, which means it takes away the meaning of the name. It takes away the meaning of the words that are being said. It's all being shortened, just like that. Now, I've never been a huge fan of nicknames, as in shortening the name or whatnot, but this is actually something that the Jews were in trouble for at one point in time, because they started shortening names. They started changing names and giving or cut or sliced, right? They stole the actual name away from that being. which is another, word that Nick means. It means to steal as well. So I find that to be interesting. We've got the whole nickname concept. We've got Saint Nick. And if you don't know, Santa is just another way of saying saint, okay? Sainta, san, saint, all of these words, they just mean saint, okay? Now this is really interesting because Claus, the last name Claus, that's totally unrelated. I mean, people have tried to stretch it and say, oh, well, it was Saint Nicholas, right? It's all in the accent and the pronunciation. So they actually made a nickname. They took out the ni from Nicholas and just kept the Claus part. Why did they do that? Why was that even done? Well, we live in a magical world where spells are being cast all of the time. And by spell, I just mean speech, really, or something that's written down to convey meaning or command or question, right? And these are spells. Now, one of those spells is the name of Santa Claus. And you can play with these things on various levels because when we talk to other people or when they read things or when they look at symbols or colors and things of that nature, we've got what's happening on the forefront of the mind, and then we have the subconscious, right? So when you say Santa Claus, the word claus might appear in the forefront of the mind, come out as Klaus, Klaus, or something of that nature, which you really don't know what that means. But what you do know is the word claw. Right? And it's done like that purposefully. It's done purposefully so you say the saint with the claws, basically. Santa Claus, the Saint Claus, right? That's exactly why that's done. And the Nick shortened the original word, which basically took away from its meaning, right? I'm not a huge fan of that because it also tends to delete and erase meaning over time. When those nicknames become popular, then they get even shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter until the original context is completely lost or a mystery to us, right? However, the good news is it's not completely lost and it's not a complete mystery. We can figure these things out. So, Santa Claus. I know many of you are just itching to just talk about Santa Claus. So yes, Santa is an anagram for Satan. Let's talk about Santa, right? Is Santa a bad guy? Is Santa a bad guy? Is Santa a bad guy or is Santa a good guy? Well, what kind of question is that? Because I know a lot of people are immediately thinking, oh, Santa's a bad guy, or oh, Santa's a good guy. Well, ultimately, you don't know, right? You never met Santa. You never had any dealings with Santa. So let's just be honest with ourselves and say, I don't know, but I lean towards him being good, or I lean towards him being bad, or you know what I mean? Like, let's not make a solid case and judge anybody until, we've got a little bit more experience under our belts. I would like to go forward without bias, attitudes, or thought process, okay? But it's okay to have your own feelings about things and share those, which I will, by the way. So, Saint Nick was the patron saint. The root of the word patron is pater, right? And it means father, basically. Interestingly enough, it can also mean rock, stone, or father figure, right? That's why I say God is my rock, God is my pater, or Peter, which would be the American name form of pater, right? So we've got the patron saint, or the fatherly saint of the sea. Saint Peter was the patron saint of sailors. Why do I find this important? I find it very important because I have an idea of who Santa Claus may represent in all historical facts and actuality. That's actually just the vampire down there boiling in holy water. So Saint Nicholas, the patron saint of the ocean, of sailors, basically. One could make the argument that he's sort of a water god or a water saint, right? Some sort of spiritual deity or angelic being or something of that nature associated with the ocean. Why is that interesting? Well, because there are many other characters out there in our myths and legends, our oral traditions, and all of our religions. And some of these gods usually have authority over certain areas of our world. Usually there is a god who has authority over the water, and they are known, or he is known, as the water god, or they are seen as the water gods. Some people would go so far as to describe them as fish gods, or amphibious gods, or reptilian gods. You see where I'm going with that? Okay, so St. Nicholas was the patron saint of the sea. Another reason why that is so important, especially when taking the religious viewpoint and stretching it from the time of St. Nicholas until today, and we see the correlation between the maritime law or admiralty law, the laws of the ocean, the UCC, the Uniform Commercial Code, the merchant marine laws. Basically, these are contractual laws. The ocean laws all deal with the exchange of goods and services, okay? It's all about business, basically. And I find this very interesting. We've got St. Nicholas, who is directly related to Santa Claus, who is an anagram for Satan, who is directly related to the god of the ocean or the patron saints of sailors, same type of thing, right? So we're starting to connect a few dots here. Now, let me go ahead and do some screen sharing again. I'm just going to pull up the whole screen sharing here. After we talk about Santa Claus, then I'll jump in the chat and we'll talk about some of the things that you guys have for me. Just keep in mind we are going to talk about elves, Christmas trees, and then the North Pole as well. So let me go ahead and do some screen sharing. Right now you're looking at Wikipedia and the section on Santa Claus. Let's go ahead and switch this over. We're going to switch gears for a second. Here's the definition for Nick, right? Saint Nick. So instead of Nick, let's just call it what it is. Saint Cut, right? Saint Cut or prison. And if you live in Britain, a Nick is another word for Nick is prison. That's interesting, right? The prison saint. You can make a nick in something, etc., to cheat somebody. Do you see how none of these are very positive connotations for the word Nick? And yet we have a saint that represents all of the good things in life who is named after these horrible imagery. All right, so let's go ahead and move on to the next thing here. Let's see here. Let's talk about... Oh, you know what? We'll come back to this one in just a second. I would really, really like to look at St. Nick's helper. Now, let me just make sure I can see what you guys are looking at. Zwart Piet, or Piet, or Piet. Zwart Piet. For those of you who don't know who this is, Zwart Piet means Black Peter. Or, remember, like I said, PTR, Peter, or Petra, for those of you who are familiar with that particular region of the world. Petra means rock, right? Black Peter, Black Father, Black Rock. These are all things that it could mean. Now, let me go ahead and read this to you, because many of you are not familiar with the concept of Black Peter. Actually, before I read it, let me just sum it up. Let me just explain it all before I get into the details of it, because Wikipedia can be confusing sometimes. Black Peter, I believe it is celebrated in, I want to say, Holland, I think. It's either Holland or Sweden, one of those two places. But in that general area, right? One of those countries celebrates something known as Black Peter. I'm sure many countries do. This was a black elf who was basically Santa Claus's slave. He was his helper. I'm sorry, right? It's his helper, okay? But this person was known as Black Peter, right? Or the word black is pronounced differently in different regions of the world, but Svart, basically. Svart Piet, Black Peter, or Swart. Just like Schwarzenegger. If you ever wondered why Arnold Schwarzenegger, like what his last name even means, well, Schwarzen means black, or with the connotation of being dark, right? Schwarzenegger, not Nagger or Nogger, but Auger, Schwarzenegger. Why is that important? Schwarzen means black. Just like if you ever seen Spaceballs, right? They say, "May the Schwartz be with you."
Many of you have probably wondered, what the hell's a Schwartz? Why is it? What is a Schwartz? A Schwartz is not some power, like the Force, but Schwartz means black or darkness, right? Dark. So think about that next time you watch movies like that. So we've got Black Peter, Svart Piet. Well, this is interesting to me because I talk about, welcome Tony, I talk about the elven race, right? And in many of the northern countries, elf is pronounced Alf with an A, Alf, right? Some of you from the 80s might remember the TV show called Alf, which had a pointy-eared alien, basically, same thing. Elves, aliens, call them whatever you want to. But the black elves. Now, right here, we have one perfect example of Svart Alf, black elf, Svartalf, right? In Norse mythology, the land where the black elves lived was called Svartalfheim, right? The land of the black elves. Now, elves, don't think of elves with like pointy ears and all that stuff. We're going to get into elves in a bit, but just think of them as the beings who came before us, those who preceded humanity, okay? There is a such realm called Svartalfheim. And the Svartalfs, or the dark elves, Svart. Think of the word in English. Think of the word swarthy, right? Swarthy means like dark, musky and dark, shadowy. The Svartalfs. So this is really interesting. So let me go ahead and read this from Wikipedia here. We've got Svarta Pete, or Pit, Peter. Black Peter, basically. Black Peter redirects here, blah, blah, blah. Svart Pete, or Black Peter in English. Let's see here. It looks like it's celebrated in quite a few countries. The character first appeared in an 1850 book by Amsterdam schoolteacher Jan Schenkman. Traditionally, Svarte Piet is black because he is a Moor from Spain. For those of you who don't know what the word Moor means, basically it's an older word to describe Muslims, specifically dark-skinned Muslims, right? So he was one of the Moors from Spain. Those portraying Svarte Piet usually put on blackface, makeup, and colorful Renaissance attire in addition to curly wigs and bright red lipstick. In recent years, the character has become the subject of controversy, as I'm sure you could imagine, right? You've got all these white people in like Sweden or Holland or something, putting on blackface and stuff, and then of course they're gonna act foolish because they're dressing up like an elf, and the way the elves are portrayed today is much different than the way they actually were / are. Okay, we portray elves as being goofy and jovial and kind of childlike and immature, right? I believe that elves are due so much more respect than the cartoons that we have turned them into. Anyhow, so here's a great example of the black elves. Now here's another interesting connection. Like I said, the elves were from Svartalfheim, right? The black elves were from Svartalfheim. Another group of creatures that are also from Svartalfheim were the... I totally just went blank. I forgot what they're called, but they're in the Lord of the Rings. Dang it. Well, let's Google it. I can't believe I forgot what they're called. Oh, dwarves. Yes. Okay. You'll have to excuse me. So dwarf is basically directly related to black elves or dark elves. So a lot of times throughout history, we tend to like separate one thing into like many things and many things and many things because of our own cultures, because of our dialects, because of the different places we've lived, different times that we have experienced these things. So we can retrace all of what seems like many different people or classifications or races or things like that. We can sort of backtrack them to figure out what the origins were for these things. If you're wondering why I put pictures of vampires and all these weird looking pictures down there, it's because vampires are elves. They are the El, they are the Elohim, they are the Allah, they are all of these words that we have are exactly what you're seeing below. Okay. Now, let's not jump to any conclusions and decide on good or evil just yet, because we have quite a ways to go. All right, where was I? Sorry, guys, I'm just going back and forth on my tabs here. Okay, so we're talking about black peat or Svarte Piet, right? Let's see here. I'm going to talk about the name of Schwarzenegger real quick. I know it's a little off topic, but let's get back to that, right? Arnold Schwarzenegger. This is a name that's known worldwide. And a joke when I was a kid growing up was like the rhetorical question. When you respond to somebody, they ask you a question and you want to give them a rhetoric response, you say, is Schwarzenegger hard to spell? You know, if the answer is yes, basically. But what does Schwarzenegger mean, right? Schwarzen means black. Ogre is our word ogre or egger, right? They're pronounced different ways. There's different dialects going on, but that's the root of it. Ager. Egger, same thing, egger. An egger is not somebody who throws eggs at somebody's house. It's an augur. The augurs or the ogres of our time, in our language, right? This is the ogres. The black ogre is exactly what Arnold Schwarzenegger's name means or implies. Now, why is this important? Well, because we're putting history back together. We're following the trail of breadcrumbs of information in an age of awakening where we can see with new eyes, take all of the clues that have fallen to us and put them back in order. Schwarzen, auger, right? Auger, ogre. That's where we get the word ogre. Do you know what a female ogre is called? An ogress. Ogres, right? Ogres, basically. Ogres come from giants. They are giants, okay? Giants literally, physically, actually, and historically walked our world. We fought against giants. We had relationships with giants. This is a fact. This is a fact that should be a part of our educational system. However, it's not. This is one of the things that has been swept under the rug for thousands supposedly thousands of years, but for a very long time, okay? It's been deleted. There has been an attempt to suppress the information about giants. Nowadays, when we talk about giants, we talk about giants as if it's fairy tale, if it's myth, you know? It's an old wives' tale. Those things never really existed. Why do we say that? Why? Oh, because you've never seen one? There are a lot of things that I've never seen that I accept as existing in our world today, you know? And there is an overwhelming amount of evidence, a plethora of evidence. There is evidence in every subject, every category in our world that is directly related to the giants themselves. Giants are a fact. Giants are not fiction. Giants are not a bedtime story. Giants are not made up. They're not a lie. Just like Santa Claus, right? Now, there are a lot of things that have been made up or added to the story about Santa Claus or Santa Nicolas, right? But we can break those things down individually to try to figure out what they represent. Because remember, these stories have been added to and added to and added to and added to over time. Well, because of that, we can reconstruct them going backwards, right? Anyhow, let's see. We've got Svarte Piet, Black Pete, the Svartalfs. We're talking about Schwarzenegger or Schwarzenogre, the ogre, the black ogre. The word augur is basically, I believe it means those of Og. King Og in the Bible was the remnant of the giants who had been wiped out during the flood. Actually, I believe King Og was a titan. And I'm going to go into that in another video on another day in detail. We're going to break down King Og. We're going to talk about King Og because I've been doing a lot of studying about him. However, other related words to Og are the augur, those of King Og, or those of his lineage, because he did have a lineage. In Italian, the word ogre is actually pronounced orco, right? The orcs. Orc is directly related to ochre, like as is the word okra, for those of you who didn't know that. But anyhow, Og and his offspring were the augur, right? Those of Og, or the females were the ogress, which sounds like ogres, plural, right? Orco is the name for Og or ogres in Italian, which is really interesting. Because there was actually a famous character, a little cartoon character named Orco, who I liked when I was growing up. But that's beside the point. Let's move on. Oh, I would like to point out something about Santa Claus, all right? Whether or not Santa Claus is a physical, actual being, and all the stories are true or whatever, okay? Santa Claus can be made into a religious figure, a figure like Jesus, a figure like Buddha, a figure like, Gandhi, or whatever you would like to choose, okay? And basically, people have created a god in their own minds after the likeness of a reality. Let that sink in for just a minute. People have created, imagined, which is really an amazing thing, and I congratulate you all for being so imaginative, but we have created a deity, right? Maybe not the deity, right? But these people who have done this time and time again, they have basically created a deity out of thin air, out of this Santa Claus figure. How do I know that? Well, let's look at the main thing. The main thing is that, for me, Santa Claus is given food and drink offerings. What's a food and drink offering? Well, a food and drink offering is whenever people would go to their temples, they would go before one of the statues of their gods, and they would basically offer food to the statue or to the painting, or, maybe they would just leave it there in the hopes that their invisible deity would eat the food offering. Usually, in the Bible, there were different kinds of food offerings. It didn't always have to be a burnt offering, which is like steak or like cooked animal, dead animal that people cook. And, the smoke would go up and the gods would smell it, and it would be a pleasing smell unto the biblical God. And that's because he was a flesh eater. He was a meat eater. Although people don't really want to talk about that too much. But there were other kinds of offerings. There were baked offerings. It was like pies and cakes and cookies and things of that nature. Well, that's exactly what people do for Santa Claus. They leave him food and drink offerings that we call milk and cookies. We just don't think anything of it. Like, oh, let's leave milk and cookies for Santa. Why would he want milk and cookies? You know what I mean? Santa is a grown, supposedly, according to the story, a grown elf, okay? Who has lived for thousands upon thousands of years, an immortal. Why would you feed a being like that milk and cookies? Milk is for babies and babies only. When you're done drinking the milk, you move on. You don't need milk after a certain point in your life. Especially not like the milk of a cow. We're going to give that to Santa Claus. Anyhow, it's very symbolic in and of itself. And the symbolism is behind eating away at the childlike mindset. You know what I mean? It's kind of like Saturn or Kronos. Kronos, which is directly related to the Santa Claus figure. Let me put some stuff up here on the screen here. Hold on. Let's bring up some pictures of Santa Claus real quick. All right. All right, here we go. There we go. So now we've got, whoa, man, Santa Claus is just getting more and more evil as time goes on, more and more daring, you know what I mean? That's okay. Whatever, whatever. I accept it. Let's move forward. What was I talking about? Food and drink offerings, Santa Claus basically being a godlike figure, right? Why does he have a beard? Right? He has a beard because he's old. I mean, that just makes sense, right? But he's an elf. Only the elves who were hundreds of years old, got to the point where they went through puberty, and then they started growing out their facial hair and things of that nature. That's why we have what I call the elven standard of beauty, right? A very clean shaven, like tight skinned kind of look to us. And we believe that that is beautiful. That's because we associated beauty with the gods who ruled over us. And that's what the gods looked like. But that's not what all of the gods looked like. That's only what the younger gods looked like. The younger gods were the ones who were given all the work. You know, they were the shepherds. They're the ones that went out amongst the flock and tended to the sheep of the world. And they had not gone through, for the most part, they had not gone through puberty yet. Because these were immortal beings. It took them a very long time before they matured, you know. That's why you will only see certain god beings with a beard or with facial hair. These would be the older ones like Zeus and Kronos and Poseidon and things of that nature. They always have these huge full beards. That's because they are very old and they were hardly ever seen because they didn't need to be seen. They had the younger gods doing all the work for them. They were basically non-existent. They didn't want to meddle. They didn't want to get involved in puny human affairs and all these, you know, all these insignificant trifling details that humans have where they bicker about things that don't really matter to a being who has been around for a few thousand years. You know what I mean? Like, you tend to rise above all of the petty stuff when you live for a very long time. Okay, so that is Saint Nick. We're talking about the food and drink offerings. Now, why does he wear red, right? Well, I believe that this comes more from like the Catholic Church because many of their saints were depicted as wearing reds. The cardinals are always wearing sort of a blood red. Hey, welcome, Kristen. He's got the full beard, like I was saying, because he represents Odin. He represents the older gods, right? He represents some of these gods who have been around for a very long time. He also is wearing the Phrygian cap. If you look at that cap up there, look at Santa's hat, right? Most people just call this Santa's hat, but it's not. It's actually known as the Phrygian cap. So let's go ahead and do a search real quick of the Phrygian cap. It starts with PH. PH. Boom. Phrygian cap. Okay, so here you go. If you've ever wondered why our Christmas hats look the way they do, with the little ball in the end, and you know, it kind of leans out and it's kind of baggy. The Smurfs are a perfect example of this. This is the Phrygian cap. This is also the same kind of cap that the elves are always portrayed as wearing, or typically portrayed as wearing, I should say. Specifically, like Link from The Legend of Zelda has a Phrygian cap. The Phrygian cap is a wizard's hat. It is the hat of the wise men. So why does Santa Claus have a wizard's hat? Well, I think the answer should be obvious. Santa Claus is a wizard. I mean, let's just go ahead and say that. Santa Claus is a wizard. You can't chalk up what he does to the miracles of God, because the concept of Santa Claus is very anti-biblical. So we can't say Santa Claus is, you know, all of what he does is miracles of God. No, it's magic. Well, what is somebody who practices magic? He has a Phrygian cap, a wizard's hat, right? As a matter of fact, let me just go and pull up the wizard so you can see. Here's a Phrygian cap. I'm going to keep these tabs all separated so we can reference them. Let's type in Gandalf. I don't know how to spell Gandalf. I know what Gandalf means, though. See that right there? A-L-F. You see that? Alf or elf, right? Right there in Gandalf's name is the word elf. That's because he is an elf. Gand means basically staff bearer. So the elf with the staff, or the elf with the rod, okay? Which is a magic rod. It's a magic wand. Look at his hat. It's the same exact Phrygian style hat. It just has a much bigger brim on it. It's the same thing as the witch's hat. It's the same thing as the dunce cap that was handed out to quote unquote stupid children in school a long time ago. Why would they put the dunce cap on you? Not to embarrass you. They thought that by putting the Phrygian style cap, the thinking cap, so to speak. If they put the thinking cap on you, or the wizard's hat, the Phrygian cap, the headwear of the gods themselves, that it would sort of impart knowledge, that it would make a person smarter. It wasn't a representative of being stupid. It shouldn't really be called the dunce cap. It was a Phrygian cap for dunces. It was a tool to make them smarter, because smart people, or wise people, or wise men, or wizards wore the Phrygian cap. So that's exactly where that comes from. And that's why we see, let me get back here. That's why we see the Phrygian cap on Santa Claus. Okay? Saint Claus, Saint Nicolaus. Okay? Or the Saint of the Claus. That's why he wears the Phrygian cap. Now, some people have also speculated about why he has, the sheep, what do you call that? Fleece all the way around. And that's sort of like he's a wolf in sheep's clothing and things of that nature. But what I do know is that Santa Claus, or Santa Claus, is a wizard. Okay? This represents a wizard. There were wizards. Now, remember how a minute ago I was talking about giants being real? Some of you out there said, oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I know giants are real. But then whenever I say wizards are real, about half of that crowd fell off, and they were like, I don't know about that. It's just a little weird, like, yeah, giants, but no, not wizards. Because here's why. If I keep doing this, then I'm going to bring up witches next. We're going to establish that they are real. We're going to bring up orcs next. We're going to establish that they are real. Basically, all of the fantasy races and characters that you've ever come across have their roots in reality, in history. But many people don't want to face that fact. But that's okay. We're just giving out the information to whoever could use it, whoever wants it. Okay, let me get back to my screen sharing here and just check on what else I have pulled up. Okay, so Santa Claus, he goes down the chimney, right? Santa Claus goes down the chimney. He goes down the place of fire and enters into your house. Why would he do that? Why wouldn't he just come through the door? I mean, if he can put his finger to the side of his nose and perform his magical spells to make him small enough to fit in through the chimney, couldn't he just be small enough to fit under the door or things of that nature? And how many chimneys are there in the world, really? They purposefully made it so that the Santa Claus came down through the place of fire. Okay, so it's directly related to the whole Satan concept. Santa basically had a slave. He's the leader of this certain race of elves. And like I said, Santa Claus is also directly related to Kronos, or Saturn. He is the god of time. Actually, some people speculate that the way that you try to explain Santa Claus's magic, right? And they say that, well, he can deliver all those presents in one day because he can stop time. Bzzzt. He just stops time. So that sounds like a god of time as well, which is exactly what Kronos is. Kronos, aka Saturn, aka the Satyr, aka Satan or Hashatan, the enemy, the adversary, the age-old adversary of somebody, right? Is directly related to Saint Nick, just like the devil, basically. It's the devil, you know what I mean? The devil wears all red. The devil has horns. Do you know that Santa Claus was portrayed as having horns? Excuse me. There were many people throughout history that you may have thought were righteous, good, wonderful people, but they've all been presented as having horns. For example, excuse me, Moses. Did you know Moses had horns? Did you know it says that Moses had horns in the Bible? Let me see if I could pull up some images here. I'll just share these with you guys. Moses. Oh, you know what? I could probably just type it in. Yeah, let me just type it in since I'm screen sharing anyways. We'll just go to the whole full screen. Let me show you something. This is really interesting. The reason that we're going over and talking about Moses is directly related with Santa Claus as well. Because Christmas in many countries is symbolized with a particular animal. You might be thinking reindeer. However, it's actually the goat. Moses with horns. Let's go ahead and look this up real quick. Here's a sculpture Michelangelo made of Moses with a couple of horns on his head. Here's Moses again in stained glass window with horns on his head. Here's Moses with horns. Here's Moses with horns. There are hundreds of pictures depicting Moses with horns growing out of his head. Now, many people would say, oh, well, that's symbolic of the age of the ram. No, it's not. Moses had horns. It's not, I mean, yes, it can be symbolic of the age of the ram. However, that's not literally what it's saying. It's literally saying Moses had horns. Let me just, I'm going to try to push through this. After we get through this segment right here, we'll take a quick break, and then we'll come back and I'll jump in the chat with you guys. Now, let me show you something else here. Let's go back to the search and let's type in, let's see here, Christmas goat. Now, this image right here in particular, oh, Sweden, the Yule goat. Let's type in Yule goat. Okay, so like I said, many people would think that the animal associated the most with Christmas is the reindeer, but it's not. The reindeer is symbolic, but that is not the animal that is mostly associated with Christmas throughout the rest of the world. It is actually the goat. Now look at this goat right here. They call this the Yule goat. And I think this is in, I want to say, where is this? Scandinavia? Anyhow, they make this huge goat every year around Christmas time, and then they burn it, basically. Now, it's not burned purposefully. They're not supposed to burn it, but somebody always ends up burning the goat. And the goat is directly related to Christmas. The goat, many of you might not have known this either, is that the god Thor, the god of thunder, right? For those of you who are Imagine Dragons fans, thunder, right? I was lightning before the thunder, the god of thunder, lightning falling down from the sky, right? Falling like lightning from the heavens. I was lightning before the thunder, the god of thunder. Everything has meaning behind it, and life is pretty esoteric, and it's fun for me to try to rework it and put it all back together. Anyhow, the god of thunder. Well, younger people out there will think about the Marvel movies, and you'll think about Thor, right? Thor was also one of the patron gods of the sea because of the sea storms. People would call upon the god Thor to protect them while out at sea. Well, we already established that Saint Nicholas, right? Nicholas, that he was the patron saint of the ocean as well. That sailors would call upon Saint Nicholas when they were in trouble, when there was a storm on the way, in the same way that they would call upon Thor in other parts of the world. Now think about this. Thor, it is said, was able to fly through the air not just by holding on to his magical hammer or whatever, but he had goats, or at least one goat, that pulled him through the air. He had a flying goat, right? This is exactly where the whole concept of the reindeer. Of course, we do have Mithra, right? Mithra was the sun god who rode upon an eight-legged, I think it might have been a reindeer, but it had 8 legs. And each one of those legs turned into an individual reindeer over here in America. Excuse me. I'm losing my voice. That's why I said I'll try to push through this. We're going to wrap up Santa Claus here in just a moment. And we're going to end up talking about the reality behind the elves, or the elven race. The El, the Elu, the Elohim, the Allah, the Alf, so many different words people refer to them as, right? So, but we're going to talk about elves, and why are elves painted as being some cutesy, cartoony caricature of their former selves? Why has all respect been stripped away from the elven class, from the elven race? Why do we picture them and portray them as being court jesters and goofy and stupid? Well, we're going to talk about that. I'm so sorry. I'm just losing my voice. We're also going to talk about the Christmas tree, the real true origin of the Christmas tree. And I'm going to tell you whether I think this is good or bad. I'm going to tell you what I practice. Many of you have gone down the road of, learning about the origins of the Christmas tree. We're going to look at the Bible and what the Bible has to say about the Christmas tree. And we're going to talk about the North Pole, the home of Santa and all his elves, the workshop, basically the place where all the goodies are, right? We're going to talk about that in just a minute. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break. I got to go drink some water. I'm starting to lose my voice. I'll be back in 5 minutes, and I'll jump in the chat room. If you have a question or you want to address me, type in @JayDreamerZ. Make sure to spell it correctly, and we'll go ahead and I'll hang out with you guys in the chat room here after the break. So I'll see you in 5. If I could figure out how to make it start. Okay, I'm back. So welcome back. So we already welcome. This is my Christmas special, by the way. We are breaking down everything Christmas. We're talking about the reality behind the symbols of our, the mainstream Christmas celebration, okay? And then a little towards the end, I'll probably share with you my personal feelings about it. What I practice, what I don't practice, what I celebrate, what I don't celebrate, what I constantly remind myself of, and what I tend to push to the side, right? I'll get towards that towards the end. Right now, I just want to jump in the chat and welcome everybody who's in the chat. Oh, we've got a new member. Oh, that's right. I want to say what's up to all the people who just joined as members. So let me say hello to all of you wonderful people. Let's see here. I have to stop screen sharing for just a second. There we go. Okay, so new members, I just want to give some shout outs to James Bial, Jenny Baker, Tommy the G, and David V. Nice to meet everybody. Welcome aboard. Now I'm going to jump back into the chat, and we'll take questions, and we'll do questions and responses and stuff like that. If you want to talk to me personally, just type in @JayDreamerZ, and I'll be sure to read your comment out loud. We're talking about 4 main topics, okay, that revolve around the whole Christmas season and things of that nature. We're talking about Santa Claus. Welcome, David. So every time I get a new member, you pass through the mirror, basically, is what that is. Anyhow, we're talking about Santa Claus, an anagram for Satan. Also dressed up, just like Satan would be. Also kind of looking exactly like the ancient gods, like the god Odin or Woden, right? Which is where we get the days of the week from. Those of you who don't know this, your days of the week are not just named Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and they have no meaning to them. Now you may understand Monday, the word day, but you don't know why it's called Monday, or Tuesday, the day of twos, or Wednesday. What's Wednesday, right? Everyone wonders, why is it spelled like that? Teachers can't even answer that question. Let me tell you, it's really easy. It's Woden's day, the day of Woden, which is another way of saying Odin. Just like, you Marvel fans know Odin, the father of Thor. Thor he has his own day, Thor's day, right? Tyr or Tuesday, the Satyr day, Saturday, the day of the sun, the day of the moon. That's just all what those days of the week are named after. Anyhow, hey, what's up, Brian? Oh, by the way, you guys, your names are going to turn green in the chat, which is kind of cool. And you'll also get your little leaf and get to watch it grow into an awesome tree. So Brian says, JayDreamerZ, what if Thor's goat represented Satan, or Thor's control over Satan at that time? See, Brian's talking about, a minute ago, we were talking about how Thor was pulled through the air by basically magical goats, okay? And we are establishing the connection between goats and Santa Claus and the quote-unquote devil, all right? Even in the Bible, in the Old Testament, there was this sort of thing that they did once a year where they would take two goats. One of those goats would represent the devil. One of those would be a goat that the people would place their hands on. They would basically transfer all of their sin or all of their wrongdoing onto the goat, and then they would let that goat, one of the goats would go free. That was the escape goat. It was the goat that escaped, and that's where we get our term scapegoat from, right? The goat that was allowed to leave, the goat that got away, basically. Now, many people don't know they didn't want that goat to wander back into camp, so typically they would like kind of follow the goat after they let it go, and they would kill it anyways, which is very deceiving and carries a lot of trickery on the part of humanity. I feel sorry for the goat. But then there was the other goat that was the Yahweh goat. It was the goat that was the Savior goat. It was the goat that the people would slaughter after they had imparted their sins to it, and it would all be symbolic of the coming of Jesus. Anyhow, the goat that got away was also known as the Azazel goat, or some of you would say Azazel, right? And you may know the name Azazel because he was one of the 19 leaders of the fallen angels mentioned in the book of Enoch. And he was one of the people that helped to teach humanity to beautify their eyes and to put on makeup and, you know what I mean? To look more like the gods or the El or the Elohim, etc., right? That is our elven standard of beauty. This is what we strive to look like, the younger gods at least, right? Myself, I don't really strive to look like the younger ones anymore, as many of you may have caught on. But anyhow, let me jump back in the chat here. Michael Albert says, JayDreamerZ, what are your thoughts on Eric Dubé's video on Santa being a person who collects mushrooms? Have you seen that video? No, I have not seen that video. But like I said, there's truth in all things. But the whole Christmas revolving around a psychedelic mushroom does not hold a lot of water for me. It's like, I think about it and I go, okay, I could see how that would be, something. However, it doesn't seem to have a whole lot of substance. Like I said, I haven't seen that particular video, but for me, I'm talking about the reality of the beings that lived and breathed and walked right alongside us, right? Now, I will do a video about psychedelics and drugs and legal versus illegal and pharmakia and sorcery. I'm going to do a video about all that stuff in the near future next year. Searching Truth says, JayDreamerZ, what is the difference between a ram and a goat? I don't know. Let's look it up. Let's check it out. Let's type it in here. Oh, wait a minute. All right, so we're going to Google this. What is the difference between a ram and a goat? I think it's, I want to say a ram is just a male goat, but let's see. It says a goat is Capra gregarious. I don't need to know all that. The domestic goat. Anyway, whatever. A ram is Ovis aries, the domestic sheep. Males are called rams. I don't know. I don't even understand what this is even saying right now. Basically, yeah, they're both the same. They're both the same for argument's sake, okay? A ram, a goat, it's a four-legged creature with curly horns sticking out of its head, right? And this is what the devil has been portrayed as having. Why is that important? Because these beings had horns. I really shouldn't use the past tense. I really shouldn't say had. These beings have horns. Moses in the Bible grew horns out of his head. It says that in the Bible. Now, I know a lot of people out there are going to say, you biblical scholars are going to try to call me on it and say, oh no, it just means that his face was radiating, it was shining, etc. No, I'm sorry. But if you look up that word, it literally means to grow horns out of your head. By extension, it could mean the rays or the horns of light that come out of the sun, etc. But it means to actually grow horns. Which is how they depicted Moses. You know what I mean? They pictured him with actual horns coming out of his head. The Anunnaki gods, they had horns that came out of their heads, and the more horns they had, the more rank they had. The higher up on the food chain they were. The maximum amount being six horns, right? 60, the number 60. It was a sexadecimal system. Or a hexadecimal system, I believe. Anyhow, it was based on the number 6, because supposedly these giants, they had 6 fingers on each hand, unlike our 5, right? Many of these giants have been uncovered, and they all have 6 fingers. They're looking for the 6-fingered man. For those of you who are Princess Bride junkies, the 6-fingered man is significant. Why did they put a 6-fingered man in the movie The Princess Bride? Now you know what the significance is there, right? The number 6 directly related to the giants themselves. We will talk about the number 9, but we're going to talk about that whenever we talk about the North Pole. David V says, JayDreamerZ, what are my thoughts on QAnon? A bit unrelated and kind of touchy, so I completely understand if you don't want to answer. Well, I do want to answer, but you're right. It is unrelated, so we're not going to talk about QAnon today. We will say that for another time. If anybody, I'm just jumping in the chat before we move on to the Elven race. For those of you who are joining us, this is my Christmas special. We're breaking down the esoteric reality behind Santa Claus, the elves, the North Pole, and specifically the Christmas tree. I'm really eager to talk about the Christmas tree, but I'll take 2 more comments or 2 more questions in the chat. Type in @JayDreamerZ if you'd like me to read your comment. But this is the whole Christmas season. Why is this Christmas season celebrated by every culture? It's not just because, the sun goes away, and so all the primitive people were cold, and they were all afraid because they didn't think that the sun was ever going to come back again. Get the heck out of here with that story, man. Nobody believes that. I'm sorry, I shouldn't yell because the microphone, right? Microphone will get all popcorn on me. I don't believe that story, okay? I don't know how many of you believe that. It sounds good, okay? I can understand where they're going with that. However, we live in the upside down, or as I call it, the upside dark, right? The upside down. Everything's backwards here. So if I was taught in the school system that the further back in time we go, if we go linear, back in time in a straight line, people just got less and less educated until we were just Cro-Magnon. We were just cavemen, We were uneducated. We didn't know how to make a fire. We were pretty much monkeys, just making guttural sounds to one another, right? And so when we saw the sun get further and further away, we started getting all afraid because it was just going to disappear and never come back again. Are you kidding me? Don't you think, don't you think that people had memories? Don't you think they remember last year or the year before when the sun constantly kept coming back? Now, that's not to say that the sun is incapable of disappearing, because it is, and it has, and it will again. However, I don't see our ancestors as being that stupid, as they were terrified that the sun was never going to come back. And so they had this big celebration to, try to psych themselves out and pretend like it was going to be okay. I don't believe any of that stuff, okay? Now, I do find it to be really interesting that Santa Claus only comes during the darkest parts of the year. The darkest parts of the year. Vampires, right? I've already established in many of my videos, vampires are symbolic of the Anunnaki, of the elven race, of the Elu or the Elohim, right? These ancient gods, those who came before us. There's something that they don't like about the light that is in our sky. They are photophobic, okay? They can't be out in it for too long. It hurts, okay? And they can't see very good in it. They see much better in the dark. But these gods, these Anunnaki, these vampiric beings, and when I say vampire, I don't automatically mean bad, okay? Like I said, try to step outside of the concepts of the good guys and the bad guys. You know, you're on team Edward or you're on team whatever his name is. I don't even know. You know what I mean? But they were the vampire gods. These were the pale-skinned gods. These were the elfbane, the elven legs, the ivory gods, etc. And that's why they're depicted like that. That's why these tribal cultures all the way around the world, they paint themselves white. They put on white paint to depict these white gods. And when I say white, I don't mean Caucasian, okay? I don't mean white like people would say this is white. Like, oh, that's a white guy on the TV right now. No, it's not. That's a pink guy. You see me? That's pink, okay? When I say white, I'm talking paper, ivory, white, okay? Which, by the way, leads to the concept of races, you know what I mean? And racism, and where this whole story of the white devil comes from. Well, those beings, especially Enki and Enlil, typically we're seen as being the white gods, or the Aryans, or the Arion, or the immortals, right? And they were just pale white, okay? And if humanity and humanity's issue with racism comes to mind, just take a break, take a breath, take a pause, and come back when you're ready. You know what I mean? Because I'm not talking about racism yet. Not yet. I'm just talking about actual color. And the color of those gods was always depicted as being, well, not always. For the most part, it was depicted as a very, very white color. And I'll get into that a little bit later. Anyhow, let me jump back into the chat. And then after a couple more questions, we're going to talk about the elves. The Junior Kubaki says, JayDreamerZ, ironic that Pennywise, being a dark elf, is actually a mind-bending spider. I have thoughts on that, but not sure how super intelligent underground spider connects to elves. You're not wrong. Spiders, or the spider symbolism, is directly related to the elven race, or to the Elu, because they worship the spider queen. They worship the spider goddess. Okay, and that's another video I'll be doing. So I'm not going to go into too much detail about that today. But you're right, and you're on the right track. You know, they worship the spider goddess, as you can see in so many different movies. Specifically, of the perfect example for that is the movie Coraline. So if you've ever seen Coraline, you have a really good idea of who the spider god or who the spider goddess represents. It's also in the Gnostic writings, right? Sophia, the female energy, the female creative force in our world, went and hid herself inside of a giant tree while these titans were running around trying to kill her. And that is directly related to my tree portal theories that I've talked about before as well. Orest Damore says, JayDreamerZ, have you seen the movie Upside Down? I'm not sure. I'll try to remember that one, but I'm not sure if I've seen that one or not. I've seen a lot of movies. Let's see. We've got last one. Daniel Spencer. Like the movie Coraline. Yes, you are right. Just like the movie Coraline. Okay, I'm jumping out of the chat for a moment. Now we're going to talk about the elven race, the L. And after the L, we're going to talk about the Christmas tree. So stay tuned for that. Okay, so in a nutshell, I talk about the elven race all of the time. I made a really short and concise video called Breadcrumbs. And it's about the elves, right? I also did a really good video called The Secret of the Elves. And in a nutshell, I'm going to break it down, okay? There are three classes, main classes of beings that have existed in our world. You have the Titans, which were here first. You have the gods or the giants, which came after them. And then, of course, you have humanity. Now, there could be a fourth contender, which is artificial intelligence, but we're waiting to see whether or not they have the capacity to say no to their programming. Because for me, that's really what it means to be alive. You have the option to say, you know what I mean? Otherwise, you're just programmed. You're just a robot. Like, you're just in control. You don't really have a life of your own. It doesn't mean that you choose to be rebellious. It doesn't mean that you choose to be bad or anything like that. It just means that you have that option on the table to reject your own programming. And to me, that's an indicator that there is life there. Anyways, Jay Analyze says he loves this stuff. So I'm glad that you do. Merry Christmas, by the way, to all of you people out there. If you don't celebrate Christmas, then happy day to you, however you'd like to call it. People are so hung up on words, you know what I mean? But that's good. That's good. Let's get deeper into those words so that we have a better understanding of them. Because when we have a better understanding of things, fear dissipates. Like I talk about all the time, there's no such thing as fear except for whatever you just create in your mind. Fear is your very own. But I'm not going to go down that tangent. Okay, so I'm jumping out of the chat. We're going to talk about the L, okay? I break down the word L. It basically means mighty leader. And the world, during humanity's early age, was full of mighty leaders. And many of our best writings and our scriptures, our historical records of these beings have mostly been hidden. The only writings that are public today and popular are the religious writings that are the instructions from some of these beings that pre-existed us, known as the El, or those of the El, which are known as the Elu. Now, interestingly enough, the Illuminati have different degrees, or I should say the Freemasons have different degrees as to how high up you are within the organization. Every time you achieve a new degree, you get a new title. You get a new name. One of those names is the Elu of 9, or the Elu of, I think it was 15 or something. Elu means of the gods. It also means elv, E-L-V, because V, U, W, and F are all interchangeable. Okay, they're all basically the same sound and the same character in the ancient alphabets. So it's the Elu, or the elv. The elven race, as I refer to them. Many people call them angels, they call them gods, they call them demons and devils and aliens and all these fancy, wonderful, convenient tags, right? We slap a little label on it and then we just don't think twice about it. So that's why in our world today, we believe that there are so many different races. Like, for those of you out there who believe in the concept of extraterrestrials or, aliens from other planets and stuff, many of you will submit to the idea that there are also millions and, hundreds of different races and species of all these different aliens and stuff. But there aren't. There just are not. They're all the same race. They have subsections because they evolve, they adapt. Adaptation works over time to change features in slight and subtle ways, sometimes very overt ways. But there was a group of individuals, there were beings that came here before us. They are the natives of our world. According to all of our stories, they pre-existed us. They helped to create us. And interestingly enough, our creation typically involves the earth for some reason. We're made out of the earth. In the Bible, it talks about being made of the clay. Adam was made of the clay of the earth. And as we just read, in the name Nicholas, for Saint Nicholas, for Santa Claus, right? Laos, in Nicolaus, also is directly related to the story of Noah throwing rocks over his shoulder, and the rocks turn into human beings, right? Human beings out of rocks? How do you get a human being from a rock? Go research, if you're interested, mud fossil theories. Check out my playlist on mud fossils, and I will explain to you how humanity can be born from the rocks themselves. And I'll give you a hint. It's got something to do with the Titans who once walked our world. Anyhow, that's the elven race. Now, Santa Claus is an elf. Now, he's not depicted that way in our day today, but he's basically seen as the leader of the elves, right? even though he's not depicted as being green and pointy-eared and all that. He's the fat, overweight. We call him fat. He's overweight. You know what I mean? You don't need to leave cookies and sodas and Coca-Colas, okay? Santa Claus needs to do some exercise, as far as I'm concerned. And I think it's actually quite sad because, according to my research, these ancient gods, welcome, Shay, these ancient gods, these angels, these Elu, the Elohim, they were in amazing shape. They were like you would see Thor pictured in the movies, you know what I mean? That's how they were. You can't draw a big old fat leader of all the elves and he's all just out of shape and gross and stuff. No offense, to anybody out there, but I'm just saying that doesn't sound accurate according to how the elven race really was. The elven race, or the El, are portrayed as having superhuman strength. You know what I mean? They were fit. Superman is a perfect and classic example. Superman is Kal-El. He's one of the El. Can you imagine somebody painting Superman holding a Coca-Cola with a big beer belly or something like that? They're just having fun. They're toying with us, basically. But there is the reality behind Santa Claus. He is the leader of some of the elves themselves. Now, he is always depicted as being so much bigger than the rest of his elves. We always imagine that the elves are tiny. Elves are tiny. They're like sprites, Elves are little tiny guys. You've got your little elf on the shelf ridiculousness, right? It's all cartoonified, you know what I mean? And that's why I hold on to these truths. That's why I reverse engineer history, because I don't want to forget these things. I would like to pass this information on to those who are interested in hearing it, to future generations. Anyhow, the reason that Santa is so much bigger than all of the other elves is not because the elves are tiny. The elves were the giants. They were a class of beings who were much bigger than humans, okay? This is why they were called the gods. They were so much bigger. They were grand. They were terrible. They were large. They were terrible to behold. They were frightening to behold because they were physically bigger than everybody else. So if the elves were bigger than us and Santa is bigger than them, then what does that make Santa Claus, right? Just some food for thought. Anyhow, those are the elves. And all of the elves, they typically, the color green is always associated with the elven race. Well, this is for a couple of reasons. The first reason is the location, which is the North Pole, which, the northern lights, the aurora borealis, they're typically very green. There's this emerald, magical kind of green color, which is the exact reason why my color, my favorite color, and the color I use for my channel, is that same kind of green color. It's directly related with elven magic, or the magic of the north, or the Taurus field. And it gets deeper into some other subjects, but the green represents the magic of the aurora. But it also represents the sylvan world, the green world, the garden world that we once lived in. And this was the home of the elves. The elves were surrounded by green all over the place because our planet, our realm that we walk on now is mostly like brown and water filled. There's not a lot of green going on anymore. However, I believe if we could go back a few thousand years and we were to take a look at the realm as it once was, we would have seen a garden, and people take that for granted. People imagine the Garden of Eden, being like a little plot of land in our current world that we have today, and the world's all messed up, but there's this one little, stretch of paradise called the Garden of Eden somewhere. No, everything was the Garden of Eden. This was a sylvan world, meaning a forest world. And that's why you've got these ancient gods, aka the elves, living amongst the trees, or even in the trees, because they lived inside of these giant trees. Just like in the movie Avatar, how they had like the huge giant tree, and you had the Na'vi that would basically be able to like run along the branches and live in and among those trees. It was a sylvan forest world. The Curls, welcome. So this was why the ancient elven race is depicted as being related to the forest. And this is why they're always wearing green, you know? This is basically a form of camouflage, in my opinion, because they were at war with the Titans. So they would want to blend into their environment, which was a vegetation world. It was a world of vegetables and fruits, etc. But anyhow, those were the El. And that's why you have the Smurfs. The Smurfs wear the same Phrygian hats like like I showed you guys earlier. Let me go ahead and bring that picture up again, actually. Let me show you the Phrygian hats real quick. Okay, so here, is this it? No. So there's Gandalf, or Gandalf, the elf, right, wearing his Phrygian hat. Here's some more example of the Phrygian hat. Also, a wizard's hat. And by the way, I'm just going to go ahead and answer some of your questions right now. Some of you are going to look at a picture like this one, right? Okay. It's interestingly enough, it's about Saturnalia. This is a human being wearing a hat that does not fit his head. There's no good reason why you should have all of this excess at the top of the hat. It's not like a beanie, where it's just made where you could pull it over your head even further. It's just excess. It doesn't fit. This top part does not fit the human head. And that's why it falls limp like that. The gods, the Anunnaki, the El, they are portrayed as having elongated heads, right? Cone heads, basically. They did a movie with Dan Aykroyd called Coneheads after the Saturday Night Live skit. They're called Coneheads because that's based on a true story. There's truth in everything. Why would they call them cone heads? Why wouldn't they call them box heads and give them cubicle heads? They could make them if they just made it up. If they just made it up, they could give the cone heads any other shape they would like to. They could call them the spiral heads. They could call them the circle heads, or whatever, the flat heads, the globe heads, whatever you want. But they didn't. They called them the cone heads. And that's because we know in our collective subconscious that those who came before us had larger skulls, longer heads, elongated skulls, and those hats were made to fit those people. That's as simple as it needs to be, right? As a matter of fact, let me just go ahead and pull up, some of pictures of Egyptian gods. All right, let's just pull up some pictures here, and I just want to point out the hats that they're wearing, okay? Now I'm just pulling up random pictures here. Boom, here's a picture right here. Here's a good one. Do you see this guy right here? He's wearing the Phrygian cap. He has a cone head, okay? I know that one kind of has this one even has the little ball at the top, just like Santa Claus, the little puff ball or whatnot. But I mean, I didn't even, I just pulled this up at random, and you can see whenever the gods of Egypt are portrayed as wearing their hats and stuff, that they typically have hats that cover their elongated skulls. Of course, I can't find one now. Anyway, you get the idea. You get the picture, you know what I mean? They wear these long hats because their heads were long. No kidding, right? We wear things that fit. That's the concept. Okay, anyhow, let me get back to the screen sharing here. Yule. Oh, let's talk about Yule. This is known as the Yule goat, right? Here is Santa Claus, or Santa Claus, with his Yule goat right there. The goat is directly related to Satan. I don't know how many people are actually watching Sabrina, The Adventures of Sabrina or whatever on Netflix. Whew, man, that's a shocking TV show. But there's a lot of interesting symbolism in that show. Well, how they portray the Dark One, or Satan, in this particular TV show, just like has always been portrayed, is having hoof-like feet and goat's horns, just like that, right? And the goat is directly related with Christmas. It's the Christmas animal in most of the world, not the reindeer. But I feel like I'm beating a dead horse, or a dead goat, for that matter. So let's move on. The elven race. The elven race are those who really do exist. There are elves in our world today, okay? The elves are said to have had magic powers. They do have magic powers. They still do today. That's how they run the world. The dark elves, or I'm sorry. When I say the dark elves who run the world, I'm not referring to color. I'm referring to character. Their character is dark. You know what I mean? As far as what color they are, it's sort of up for debate. but I don't want to get into that right now. Excuse me. Okay, so anyhow, we talked about Santa Claus. We talked about the elves. We've talked about Saint Nick and the Nicolations and nicknames and Thor, and we got into all of this wonderful stuff. Now, here's the thing. I want to talk about this real quick because I mentioned it before our break. Santa Claus only comes into the world during the darkest part of our year, right? And I believe that this might have something to do with photophobia, that he doesn't want to be out in the sunlight. You know what I mean? And that's why so many of these pale, pasty, albino-looking gods of old, and this is how they draw them. This is a cave painting, you know? They draw them as that pasty, pale, white color. That's why vampires are white. Vampires are not white because they're Caucasian, okay? And vampires are not white because they're dead and all the blood's drained out of their body. They drink blood. You'd think they'd be the most flush of anybody, right? No. Vampires are portrayed as pasty-skinned beings, unless they're being portrayed by an African American, as we call them, a black person, which isn't really the way that it once was. For the most part, they were all represented by the Caucasian people because they had the skin tone that was closest to the actual beings that looked like that. Look at this guy's skin tone and look at mine, right? Close, but no cigar. It's a little bit different. But anyway, that's the vampires. That's where vampires come from. They're photophobic. They don't like the sun. They also don't like holy water, right? This comes from the deluge. This comes from the flood. The holy water are the waters that fell from God, that, you know, God sent the waters, or the Elohim sent the waters down and flooded everybody, drowning out the bad guys. And this is where we get the concept of holy water from. There's no such thing as actual holy water, like you sprinkle it and they start sizzling or something like that. It's a symbol. It's a metaphor. It's a reference to a time when the bad guys all drowned, right? From the waters from God. But whenever we sprinkle the vampires with holy water, you know, they burn up. That's a cartoonified version of the reality. Okay? The reality is the bad guys all once drowned in giant mud floods that encircled our world, caking everything in mud and debris and drowning many people, or many beings, I should say. And that water, that holy water, is just a reference to that. It's a symbol. It's a trophy. Remember, like I said, that the swoosh of Nike is not a swoosh at all, but it is the hook of Saturn. It's the hook of Kronos, who defeated his father with that hook. It's also the same hook that Zeus supposedly took away from him and killed him with. It's a trophy. Things like that are a trophy. They're a reminder that we are victorious. As a matter of fact, if you look at the name of Santa Claus, let's see, let me go back to Saint Nick here. If we look at the name of Santa Claus, Wikipedia tells us that it could basically mean victory of the people. But what if it doesn't mean of the people? What if it means victorious people, right? We are victorious. Well, who's victorious? The people who won the war. Those beings that were victorious in the Great War. I'm talking about a great war. The war between the Titans and the gods. Not our petty human wars between one another. No. The victors of the world of today. Those survivors of the world of today, those who are still here today, who are from another time, who are from another age, they use symbols like the hook or holy water or things of that nature, gargoyles. Those are all trophies saying, hey, those are warnings saying, hey, don't mess with us. We already beat the best. You know what I mean? And they're a little cocky about it too. But I believe things are going to come full circle as far as that goes. Let's go ahead and move on to the next thing. I think we've talked about... Oh, actually, before we do that, I'm going to open up the chat for questions about the El, or the El race. Does anybody have a question about the El, the Elohim, the albino-skinned gods, whatever you want to call them? Somebody did have something here in the chat. Oh, check that out. Rulaine, look at your little icon. Rulaine's no longer a sapling. That's pretty cool. Good job, Rulaine. You're the first person I've seen that has a different loyalty badge. Okay, so Daniel Spencer says, JayDreamerZ, could the El be like vampires with their beauty and etc. Yes, of course. That's why vampires typically are always dressing in a very old style of dress. You know what I mean? Because they're immortals. They harken back to this time. Not only that, but vampires typically have lived so long that they're more mature. I mean, we would like to think as vampires being immature, but they're not. They've learned so much. They've acquired so much knowledge over time. Rulaine, thank you so much for your donation. Rulaine donated $10 and says, have a fun Christmas or other holiday. Thank you, Rulaine. Okay, let's see here. We'll do one more question. Jake says, JayDreamerZ, do you think it's possible that it could be the good elves which have left all of the clues and codes everywhere for us? Jake, yes, I do. As a matter of fact, I'm sure of it. Okay. Yeah, I'm not super sure, but yeah, I'm inclined to believe that there were sects, that the elven race or the immortal class broke off into subsections, and they had different groups who all had different standards of morality, right? And they bickered and they fought with one another and they took sides. And I believe, just like there is the bad Illuminati, that there's also the quote-unquote good Illuminati, or the illuminated ones, the light bearers, the light bringers. Let's see. Searching Truth says, JayDreamerZ, are albino people more related to the El? They got red eyes as well, just like the baby from the Book of Enoch. Well, the baby from the Book of Enoch that he's talking about is Noah, little baby Noah, right? Because these beings were said to have eyes that lit up the room, right? And they had very pasty, pale, ivory skin. And Superman, you'll notice that he has these red laser eyes, or his eyes just glow red sometimes, right? Yes, to answer your question, I believe that that's probably where that comes from, that many of us share a similar genetic coding that relates us to these beings, basically, right? Sometimes that coding is accidentally unlocked. Sometimes it's purposefully unlocked, but we share the same structure or a similar structure with the quote-unquote gods or angels or El or whatever people want to call them, whatever word makes them happy. Yes, I believe we are directly related to those beings. And from time to time, it surfaces its ugly head in manifesting, in people, and it turns people white just like that and gives them red eyes. So good job for noticing that. Look at Maleficent. Look at this color of her skin. Look at, she's got horns coming out of her head. She's quite literally a white devil, right? Not to be racist or anything, but that's exactly what she is. And I mean very white, not Caucasian. I mean white, all right? Just like this guy, same thing. Anyway. Okay, last question, Rulaine. Rulaine says, JayDreamerZ, are we all going to see our relatives in heaven one day? Well, it depends on your concept of heaven. But yes, absolutely. I believe, Rulaine, just to give you some hope, just to give you something to look forward to, it's not just everyone who you like in this world. Those people that you want to give a hug, people who you are now close to and familiar with. But I believe that there will be a time that comes, perhaps in the afterlife or after this world, where all of us, every single character in this stage of life, we're able to get together and we have a higher perspective. We're able to, give a high five and give big hugs to the people that used to be our worst enemies, because we've removed ourselves from the trivial things of this dense existence in the third density or dimension. And when we rise above that, we can see that we're all friends. That's what I like to believe based on my studies. Hey, what's up, TP? Anyway, Real Talkaholic, yours will be the last one. And then we're going to talk about the tree, the Christmas tree, right? So, Real Talkaholic. By the way, she has her own channel. Feel free to go check out her videos. JayDreamerZ says, loving the stream. I noticed that the pine tree sap is extremely flammable and is used as firewood normally. So it's interesting that we'd wrap electrical lights around them in our home. Well, you know what? That's perfect. That's a great segue into talking about the Christmas tree. So let me go ahead and bring up some images here. something better to look at than Nicholas. I need like a reminder in the chat. Somebody to remind me like, hey, change the screen, or maybe get rid of it altogether so it's just not the same thing up there. Okay, so let's go to some Christmas trees here. Let me make sure I didn't forget anything. We've got the Yule goat. That's really interesting. So many other countries have such important key pieces to this whole reconstructing our history, especially the Christmas themes. All right, I'm getting rid of the Phrygian hat, Gandalf, and the Egyptian gods. And we're going to pull up some pictures of Christmas trees real quick. Actually, no, before we do that, let's just talk about Christmas. All right, I changed my mind. Okay, Christmas. Let me just move this. Okay. Screen share. All right, we're going to move this over a bit. That way you guys can read more of it. Okay, so I was wondering about the whole Xmas thing. I want to talk about that real quick, right? So many people are like, they took Jesus out of Christmas. They took Jesus out. They replaced Christ with X, It's not Xmas, it's Christmas, etc. Blah, blah, blah. I know. I respect it. I do. I understand. The word Christ is very important to some people, or Christos. The story goes, actually, they've been putting X-mas, they've been spelling it that way for hundreds of years, allegedly dating back to the 1600s at the latest, from my studies. Now, the X is the letter Chi, C-H-I. It's like chi, you know what I mean? It's chi, like your chi of life or whatnot. And that's the first letter in Christos. So that's kind of what they say. They say that it was just shortened and the X symbolized Christos. But remember, we're talking about nicknames, slicing the names, cutting the meanings down, right? X-mass, the gathering together of the X. Well, who are the X, or what is the X? Well, in our modern society and popular culture, we've got the X-men, right? The gathering together of the X-men and women, right? The X-men are those of you who have had parts of your DNA activated. Beloved of Jesus Christ, life is in the blood. Welcome to my channel. So the X-men are those who have had parts of their genes, or X genes, or unknown genes, or junk DNA activated, and now all of a sudden they have these abilities. They have these powers. Many people out there, many of you can relate to this, right? Some people would like to talk about being Rh negative, and the correlation between being Rh negative and having certain extra normal or paranormal abilities or powers, like the ability to astral project, or to read minds, or to sense things. You have a sixth sense, a hyper heightened sense. That's your sixth sense. Well, guess what? There's a reason why it's the sixth of the senses, right? Remember the six-fingered man? Remember the giants having 6 fingers and all of that fun stuff? Well, that's the X, okay? Now, I'm also going to talk about the X in a different way when we talk about the North Pole. I'm going to talk about X marking the spot. Anyhow, so this is the time of the X gathering, the X-men, if you will, okay, just to use a popular reference. Here you can see an elf fighting a rock monster or a sand monster. There's a lot of symbolism in that as well. But that's Xmas. Let me go ahead and read this. Xmas. Okay, let's see. Xmas is a common abbreviation of the word Christmas. It is sometimes pronounced Xmas. But Xmas and variants such as Xmas originated as handwriting abbreviations for the typical pronunciation Christmas. And see, that's the other thing. People don't pronounce it Christ Mass, Merry Christ Mass, you know what I mean? They say Chris, like there's no T. So it's funny because in the traditional sense, they've removed the X, which is the letter Tav, which is a marker, right? Which is the letter T in Christ. They've taken the T out of it, and now they just say Christmas or Christmas, right? And then the other people have only put the X or the Tav or the marker, and they say Xmas. I just find that to be really interesting. Let's see if there's anything to note here. let's see, taking Christ out of Christmas, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I don't want to talk about that. What I do want to talk about is Jesus. I want to talk about Jesus and Christmas and the correlation between Jesus and Christmas. There is none. Christmas has zero to do with Jesus at all. Okay, it does have a little bit to do with Jesus, okay? But most scholars who know something, who are worth their merit, we all know Jesus was not, according to any of the writings, even if the writings are all fake, okay? According to the writings, fake or real, Jesus had to have been born in warm weather. In Palestine, this time of year is very cold. People could not take their flocks outside. There's no way that a newborn baby was going to be outside in a farm, an open farm area surrounded by animals in the freezing cold. This was not Jesus' birthday. Jesus' birthday was sometime in the September-October timeframe. Not during the coldest part of the year. You're going to go outside and have your baby. You know what I mean? That's not true. That's not where Christmas comes from, okay? And those of you who have tumbled down the rabbit hole a little further and have looked into the origins of the celebration of this particular holiday, you know that it was not a Christian holiday whatsoever. It never was. The Christians, or I should say the Catholics, their origins are pagan already, okay? They basically were a sect of the pagans who broke away from these pagans, and they made their own little group called Catholicism, okay? It's all paganism. It's just got different labels on it, different pictures, different imagery. It's all the same. So that's where the celebration comes from. It comes from ancient paganism when they would worship the god, guess what? Kronos, Saturn, the golden age. They would remember the good times, you know what I mean? And that's why there was a lot of revelry, there was partying. Not always, academia likes to paint it that way. Academia likes to paint Saturnalia and the Bacchanalia, things like that, as just this drunken wild orgy. I'm not so sure about that, okay? Because Christmas today is also painted as being very materialistic, and it's all about money, and it's all about getting stuff. Well, yes, while there may be some truth to that, not at my house. That's not how it is at my house. So I'm sure that there were people back in time who could also claim the same. They might say, yeah, okay, there are some people out there getting drunk and having sexual orgies, but not my house. We are remembering the ancient ways. We are remembering and preserving history in the form of traditions so that we don't forget these things. Now, that's a little glimpse and a sneak peek into my house and the whole reason why I'm doing all of this. But I digress. Zoli Kubi. Hey, Zoli also has a little tree. That's so cool. I like watching you guys' little loyalty badges grow. It's so awesome. Anyhow, let's get back on track. We've talked about Santa Claus. We've talked about the elven race. For more information on the elven race, I have a whole playlist devoted to it. Kimberly. Merry Christmas to you, Kimberly. Thank you so very much. Kimberly just donated $20 on the super chat. Merry Christmas, Kimberly, and thank you. Okay, so we talked about Santa. We talked about the elves. We've talked about how they're related. We've talked about how Santa is directly related to Kronos, or the Horned One, or the God of Time, or any of these descriptions, basically. It's all the same person that they're worshiping. Now, let's talk about the Christmas tree. First thing I want to do is for all of the Christians, okay? I'm not hating on anything. I just want to bring this up because I once was a hardcore Christian myself. And then I got into Messianic Judaism. And I started reading about the origins of these things. All right, so we're going to the Bible. We're going to read out of Jeremiah chapter 10. This is really interesting. So many of you might not know the Christmas tree is described in the Bible. I heard this and I was like, oh, wow, that's cool, And so I went to go read it. And after I read it, I was kind of like, oh, man, no Christmas trees? Dang it, Because I like my Christmas tree. But let's read what the Bible says. Now, a lot of people will read this, and this will be the only incentive that they need in order to shun the practice, right? So let's just read it. This is out of Jeremiah, and he's talking about the pagan people or the heathen, right? He goes on to say, the customs of the people are in vain. It just means that the customs or their traditions are, they're not really valuable. The customs of the people are in vain. For one cutteth a tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the workmen with the axe. They deck it with silver and gold. They fasten it with nails and with hammers, that it move not. They are upright as the palm tree, but they speak not. They must needs be born, because they cannot go. Be not afraid of them, for they cannot do evil, neither is it in them to do good. This is describing the Christmas tree. In the Bible, the God of the Bible, Yahweh or Yahweh, or however people would like to describe him, I call him Enki. The God of the Bible is saying, don't be like these pagan heathens. Don't bring the tree into your house. Now, let me point something out. The focus here is not the bringing of the tree into the house. The focus here is the worshiping of the tree as if it is a deity, or as if it could petition on your behalf to a deity, as if it represents a deity in the flesh. You know what I mean? I love that. That's Death, of course. He looks like that. It's Kronos, basically. So funny. We're going to get into the beanstalk here in a minute as well. Anyhow, this is a verse from the Bible, and most people would read this and go, oh, the Bible says don't make Christmas trees. No, it's talking about worshiping Christmas trees, bowing down to another animate object, which is a tree, and saying, you're my God, you created me, when you just created the Christmas tree. That's ridiculous. You can't make something and say that it made you. That's backwards. And so the God of the Bible is saying, don't do that. Okay? If you want to worship something that made you, worship something that actually made you, right? Don't make something and then say that it made you. That's circular reasoning. And it's worthless. And that's what he's saying. He's saying the Christmas tree, it's not a God. It can't speak. It can't do anything for you. It can't grant wishes. It can't answer prayers. Don't worship the Christmas tree. Now, let's stop. Stop for just one moment and consider why the pagans brought the trees into their houses. Why was this a tradition in the first place? Why was this something that was so important to so many people that the Bible, or the God of the Bible, had to actually stop what he was doing and say, hey, oh, wait a minute. Everybody needs to stop doing this. This is insane, right? That means it was prolific. That means this is something that was done by many people, especially the pagan people, right? The hill people, the heathen people, as it would call them, right? Now, I'm going to tell you exactly why. Some people are going to talk about Nimrod. Nimrod's another biblical character. Nimrod was a demigod. He was allegedly a giant, And they're going to talk about the symbolism of him being reborn and the tree, and how the tree is a male, masculine figure that represents male body parts, and the wreath is a female, and all that type of stuff. I've been there. I've researched it. I don't feel it in my gut. You know what I mean? I know a lot of you are very mindful, and you like proof, and you like evidence, and you like something substantial, but sometimes you just got to go with your gut. Sometimes you need to balance out your knowledge and your facts and your evidence with your intuition. My intuition tells me that that's not the right story. Now, let me tell you what my intuition says is the right story. The right story is that our realm, and when I say realm, I'm referring to what we call Earth. Okay, specifically Middle Earth, where we live today. There is an outer Earth, I believe, but we are in the central location, okay? Or we're closer to the center. The North Pole is actually Middle Earth. But we're going to talk about the North Pole next. So, I love it when that guy comes up. Okay, I have to do the rap. Okay, so that's Death, and he says, "You may be a king or a little street sweeper, but sooner or later you'll dance with the Reaper." That's a little Death rap that he does in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Okay, so anyhow, the tree. Get to the point, JayDreamers, right? I just want the meat of it. So for those of you who just want the meat, here it is. Our world had giant trees that shot up past the clouds and reached into the heavens. Welcome to my channel, Raf. The entire earth, or what I refer to as our realm, this particular world that we live on, it was filled with gigantic or even titanic flora and fauna. That there were no meat eaters a long time ago because there was plenty of food just growing right up out of the ground for everyone. Everybody. For humans, for giants, for titans, there was plenty of food to go around. We lived in an actual garden. A part of this garden were what I refer to as the silica pillars. Now, I call them the silica pillars because according to my research, it seems that our world may have been silica based at one time, and most of the life in it was silica based as opposed to being carbon based, right? So I call them the silica pillars. As you can see, I put some examples down below. Most people refer to them as the world trees. Pause for dramatic effect. The world trees. I have so much stuff to share with you guys. I'm just looking at my notes up there. Anyhow, the world trees. The world trees were these silica pillars that shot up past the clouds themselves. They touched the heavens. These are the cedars of Lebanon. These are the great trees of old. This is where you get Jack and the Beanstalk, the story of this huge organic plant that shoots up into the sky and connects the worlds. Our world was once filled with these trees. Now, those trees were all cut down, ironically enough. Those world trees, most of them, were all cut down. They were chopped down, as somebody in the chat just said, by the fellers. The fellers. I'm so sorry, excuse me. The fellers. They fell the trees. Some would say that the Nephilim means fallen ones, but it also could mean those who caused to fall, those who chopped down the ancient trees. Or, like it seems to me, perhaps the Titans had something to do with this as well. Anyhow, our world once had huge, ancient, gigantic trees, and we revered the trees. We honored these trees. There was something fantastic and amazing about these trees. Perhaps even having the ability to use the trees to travel into other worlds, other realms, if you will. Okay? Up or down, right? Kind of like in Disney's Moana. You know, for those of you who have seen Moana, Maui gets to the top of a mountain that looks just like this tree, and he kind of dusts it off. He jumps into the tree trunk, and he goes into another world, okay? My point is, the Christmas tree represents the old world. It represents the garden. You bring the tree into the house. Just like we live in a house. We live in an enclosed structure right now, and these ancient giant trees once grew within that sort of snow globe looking structure. We bring these trees in and we light them up, which tells me this ancient world, I speculate, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. I speculate that this ancient world had much more bioluminescence. It was more bioluminescent, which means it glowed all by itself. Let me go ahead and put something else up here on the screen. Let's look up Christmas trees, actually. All right, we're just going to pull up some pictures of Christmas trees while we talk about the Christmas trees, because that's helpful. Okay, so here you go. Here's some Christmas trees for us. Boom, that's a good one. Okay, so the Christmas tree represents the ancient giant trees that once lived in our realm. That right there below you, that's a tree stump, okay? I don't know for sure if it's a tree stump, but I can tell you it's not a volcanic plug, you know, of there used to be a volcano and then the whole volcano eroded and the little plug of magma just stayed there or whatever. That's not what that is, okay? The native people, they know that's not what that is. The ancient people, the tribal people, we all know that this is not just some sort of natural rock formation. Many people speculate that these mesas are the cut down, petrified remnants of these ancient giant trees. And these mesas, these plateaus, these tabletops are seen all across our realm. Now, I personally have found much evidence that leads me to think that it's highly possible the Christmas tree represents our ancient Sylvan world. The time when we lived in the trees or among the trees, okay? This was a natural part of life. It seems so unnatural to bring a tree into where you live, but that's because we have suffered a disconnect with nature. We have separated ourselves from the trees altogether. You know, we don't want to live with trees. We don't want to be like, you know, live in nature. We want to be sophisticated and live in boxes. Get out of here with that. I don't. So we bring the tree into our home so that we can have a sense of how the way that it once was in a bioluminescent world, in a world that probably had an altogether different light source. Many people refer to the purple dawn theory, the time where Saturn was the purple black light or sun of our sky and sort of reflected off the skin of certain individuals and seemed to change them colors as well. Can you imagine if you put a black light on this kid? What color would he turn? You know what I mean? What color is Krishna described as being? What color are many of these ancient gods or the Smurfs? Or it's all the same. It's all the same story that's been told again and again and again. Now, this is why I am okay with bringing the Christmas tree into my house. Yes, it is of pagan origins. The hill people, those people of the mountains. Those are my ancestors. Those are the people who are my family. They started this tradition and it has found its way to my house. And I believe this is why. Not because I believe the tree is some sort of a form of a god or a deity and I'm bowing to it by picking up my presents and no. That's not what's happening, okay? Just because a person has a tree in their house doesn't mean they're worshiping the tree. It doesn't mean they petition to the tree and ask it for favors or talk to it or pray to it. It's a decoration. But in my house, the Christmas tree is a reminder. It's a pleasant, happy, jovial reminder of the way things once were. It's also a reminder of the way they will be again. That we will return to a garden-like state, that we will have these world trees reintroduced into our realm. And so we decorate these trees. I bet you, I'm willing to bet, I think it's a good likelihood, that in that ancient world, if the gods did indeed live in a huge sylvan foresty realm, and there's just giant trees everywhere, and in comparison, the giants or the gods themselves looked pretty small, I'm willing to bet. Do you think if they actually did live in trees or in a huge forest world, don't you think at some point in time they may have started decorating the trees, right? You come into a particular area of the world or an area of town and there's just trees everywhere. What are the odds? Do you think people would be decorating their particular areas, their trees, especially if they lived amongst the trees themselves? I think so. I see no problem whatsoever with decorating the tree. Now, a lot of people, they will put this garland around their tree and it will sort of spiral all the way, getting tighter and tighter and tighter as it goes up to a star. Or whatever decoration people like to put at the top. I have a star on the top of mine because I understand what these things represent. That is the North Star, and that spiraling is representative of our reality. Okay, it's this whole spiral. You're going to see the spiral all over the place. The spiral is one of the main symbols that represents the rulers of our world today. That's why they like the number 6, because it's a spiral. That's why they like the number 9, because it's a spiral. You know what I mean? And this spiral represents the Taurus field. There's the little Smurfs with their little Phrygian hats. Those are the blue gods. I recommend checking that video out. That's one of my favorite videos I've ever done. One moment. That's the V. That's the hook. The letter V is the hook, like I said. So, they're like, whoa, hook, peace. I don't have any beef with you. I don't want to fight. Peace, hook, That's why people do that. That's why people throw up their peace sign or whatever. Anyway, we're going to finish up talking about the tree. Oh, by the way, see that picture down there? I like that one because that's exactly what, like, the Emerald City in the Wizard of Oz. That's exactly what it looks like. It looks like a broken tree. Or Superman's Fortress of Solitude, it was a crystalline world. It was more crystalline, I believe, than it was organic. Anyhow, the reason we have Christmas trees here at my house is to serve as a reminder of where we came from, the way it once was, to give us confidence, to give us a sense of pride about where we came from. And it serves as a reminder of how much the world has changed since that time. It's also a source of inspiration here at my house because it's symbolic of the return of paradise. The world will once again be a sylvan world. The world will, it's inevitable, it's bound to happen. That pendulum of time will swing back the other way and take us right back up into another golden age. And I look forward to that. And it's really that simple, To me, that's what the Christmas tree is. That's why you see the symbolism, like BFG, Do you see the green aurora, the green light, the magic, the tree of life, or the world tree? This is going to actually take us into our last topic, which is going to be the North Pole. I'm going to talk about the North Pole next, after we take one more 5-minute break. I would like to jump into the chat before we take our break. Does anyone have any questions or comments about the ancient giant trees or the ancient paradise world? There's the other V. See? That's V. That's just the symbol for the gods. That's the symbol of victory, basically. V for victory, right? Oreste Damor says, JayDreamerZ, so our realm is much bigger than we imagined, and we are isolated, probably under a dome, but why? And why have you been lied? Why have you been lied to about our reality? Okay, so you're asking why. Oh, I see. Why are we told that everything that we see is all that there is? Well, I believe that it's just limitation. They put handcuffs on us. They want to keep us from truly being free to move about, to explore. These people put their flag in the ground, and they claim ownership of the earth. You can't do that. You don't own the earth. Nobody does. That land goes on forever. It's all connected. Okay, that's our land. Anybody that was born on the land has the right to be a citizen of the land. There are no boundaries and borders and sections and property and all that. In all reality, those are magic spells that have been cast over your mind so that you see things that are not even there, so that you believe something that's not really true. The reality is the earth is the earth. The ground is the ground, and we all share it. So we're told that there's a limited amount of space, or our cosmology has sort of been rewritten and handed over to us, I believe, to keep us restricted so that we don't move about the cabin, so to speak. Searching for Truth says, JayDreamerZ, China and other countries have been turning deserts into green lands. We are returning to Eden very soon. You know what? I agree with that. Searching Truth, thank you so much for your comment. In addition, I would also share this information with people. I was watching this documentary about forests and the rising level of carbon dioxide, and I was really doing a study on carbon and how it's related to the petrification weapon and things of that nature. And I was looking up the amount of carbon there is in water and stuff like that. Well, while I was researching, Sorry. While I was researching, I saw this documentary on television where they were recording the levels of carbon dioxide in these forests. Basically, the forests or the earth breathe, okay? Sorry, I can't breathe great through my nose, but they breathe in, they suck in all of the carbon dioxide. They eat it, the plants, they suck in the carbon dioxide, then they turn it into plants. Like they take something invisible and they turn it into something physical. So they're sucking out the carbon dioxide in our air. Now, what they have found is that these forests are just starting to rapidly grow. Even though I know, like, yes, we have cut down almost all the forests in the world, all the major ones, and we have severely depleted our own supply of oxygen, which is already very minuscule. But according to the show I was watching, they're finding that the forests, certain forests, are starting to overgrow. They're growing rapidly, sort of to compensate because there's so much carbon dioxide in the air. It's like putting a small fish, small goldfish, into a huge aquarium when it once lived in a bowl. If you take that fish and you put it into a huge aquarium, the goldfish will grow to accommodate for its bigger environment. You know what I mean? Same thing with the forests. There is an overabundant amount of carbon dioxide in the air, which is what the plants basically eat. And so they're growing at an extended rate. Now, personally, I also think that there are seeds that have been left over from this ancient world, that those seeds of these ancient giant trees may have also petrified, but there may be a way to reverse that petrification spell, and that those seeds to the world trees may give rise to life once again. Now, that's just a theory that I have. It's just, speculation on my part. But these are the world trees that I'm talking about. And I do believe that there is still, I believe that, I feel it. I might be wrong, but I think that there's still at least one world tree left. And I think it might be at the North Pole, which is what we're going to talk about next. We the people, says JayDreamerZ, I was put in timeout for speaking the truth on a truth-seeking channel. We the people, I don't care. Don't bitch at me about you guys, any of you. Don't complain to me about what's happening in the chat, okay? This is what I'm talking about when I say that the gods could care less about your pitiful human bickering amongst one another, okay? I don't mean to offend you or anything, but I'm just being blunt, okay? I'm being honest. I don't care. That's why I have moderators, and I'm going to talk to the moderators on, probably Monday or something. I never used to need rules in the chat room or anything, but I don't care to hear all the complaining. I'm this close to not talking to anybody ever again because I'm tired of seeing all the negative, pitiful, puny little bickering and fights that happen between human beings. Ugh, it's such a waste of my time. And I don't mean to sound rude or anything, but imagine if you go back to like ancient Egypt, and let's say there were immortals, okay? Let's say there were beings that lived for thousands and thousands of years, and then one of them has taken the throne and become the pharaoh, and you've got all these hundreds and hundreds of people, human beings, lining up to ask the pharaoh for advice on things that he has already mastered hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago. The pharaoh is on to other things. That god, that immortal being is so beyond the petty bickering of humanity that it's almost disgusting. It almost just leaves a really bad taste in their mouth. And that's how I feel sometimes whenever I see you guys all acting stupid in the chat room. Don't get me wrong, and I don't mean that as an insult to anybody, but occasionally I have the best chat room across YouTube. Okay, I give out awards to my chat room. I love the people who are typically in my chat. But as my channel grows, unfortunately, with a higher population, you're going to have more people leaking in from all walks of life. I don't care about it. And that's probably the last time I'm going to even acknowledge any of your problems that you guys have in the chat room. I have moderators for a reason, and my moderators I trust. So if you have a problem with them, I'm sorry, but I wash my hands of all of it. I don't care about you guys' little petty human problems, okay? Because if you live to be 1,000 years old and then you look back at what somebody said to you in the chat room, it's nothing. It's meaningless. It's pointless, And all the people who act as trolls out there trying purposefully to cast spells to piss people off, they're just wasting their own time. because in the end, good wins. So I don't know what to tell you. And I don't mean to be rude. I hope you're not offended, but man, that's just such a waste of my time and other people's time, because I have just stopped what I'm doing to talk about that petty problem. And I could have used that time to actually teach people and guide people and, maybe throw out some extra breadcrumbs. But now we're probably going to have to finish a few minutes early because I had to stop and acknowledge some crybaby happenings in the chat room. I don't care. I will make the chat room members only for everybody. That way, people are not going to pay to be a troll. They're not going to pay to talk trash and hurt people's feelings and stuff. So I'm this close to doing it, and it's your fault. It's because of you. Okay? Whoever you are out there, just know this. If that ever happens, that's the reason for it. I've tried so hard to be so considerate and kind and everything. But I don't know. Anyway, let's move on. Oh, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to take a break, and when I come back, we're going to talk about the reality of the magic of the North Pole. Okay, so we're going to talk about the North Pole, why it is the home of the elves, why is it a place of magic, why Santa Claus lives there, and how it's related to our world and reality. So take a break. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Merry Christmas to all of you out there who are watching. If you're not subscribe to my channel, if you don't watch me that often, I talk about fantasy as being reality. I say that myths and legends are truth told in story form, and that everything in our world is made out of the truth. It's just been twisted and contorted, and it falls to us to pick up these breadcrumbs to find our way back home. Now, where is home? Well, that's a question I'm going to let you ask yourself, because many people don't feel at home in this world. Many people feel like an anomaly. Many people feel like the world is just really messed up and we want to change the world. But maybe we just don't belong. Maybe we are not native to this particular plane of existence at this particular time. Anyway, something to think about. I'll be back in 5 and we'll talk about the North Pole. Okay, so I'm back. All right, thank you so much. Hey, everybody, I hope that you all have the most merry of all Christmases, or the greatest ending to your year, or whatever it may be, okay? I'm going to talk now about the North Pole, and then afterwards, I'm going to jump in the chat. We'll hang out for a little bit, because I want to chat with some of you guys before we go into the new year. Because next year I have a lot of stuff planned to talk about. I have a lot of subjects already, all kinds of stuff already posted to talk about. Okay, so let's talk about the North Pole. Now, let me do some screen sharing here, and I'm going to bring up a picture, if I can. There we go. Now we're going to bring up a picture of the North Pole. I'm sorry, we're going to bring up an older picture of the North Pole, older depictions, because guess what? This might come as a surprise to you. Let me just make sure you can see what I'm looking at here. This might come as a surprise to you, but do you see this map next to me? This map, and many others like it, always used to include an area of land that we now call the North Pole. That there was land there, it was mapped out, it's mapped out the river systems, it's mapped out the mountain ranges. This place exists, but not on our maps today. Now think about that, because we're talking about Christmas, right? The North Pole is where Santa Claus and his elven race all live. Now, traditionally, our myths and our legends say that the North Pole, the place where Santa Claus lives, is hidden behind some sort of perception filter, some sort of invisible barrier that keeps it invisible to other people. You cannot see the North Pole according to our myths and our legends. You have to know where it is, and you have to have a special ability to get into it to actually see Santa's village and all that stuff, right? Well, that is a reality. The North Pole is right there on a map, a physical, actual map that exists and once existed. You see the blue gods? And now it's gone. Now it's totally gone. Let me just give you a good comparison. I typed into Google old map of the North Pole, right? So let me go ahead and pull up Google again. We're going to type in new map North Pole. Boom. All right, so now we're going to look at the North Pole on a new map. Well, this is interesting. Let's take, well, this is Google Earth. A lot of Google Earth pictures come up. Let's see, new map. Boom. Google Earth. Okay, so here's the North Pole. You see where it says Arctic Ocean? That's the ocean of the Ark, or the place of the Ark. The Ark.
How's that? Let's see if you guys can hear me. Oh, you can hear me. Check that out. Well, guess what? I'm live. For everyone that's, wondering what the heck's going on. And I just got a donation on my PayPal from Tana, who says they would like a movie review of a movie called Interstate 60. So I will check into that, because thank you. I really appreciated the Christmas donation. Also, I wanted to jump back on here because there's a lot of cool stuff happening in the chat, and way more questions than I normally have, I think, when I'm doing these types of rewinds. So for those of you who don't know, that was me like, I don't know, 5 years ago or something. But yeah, I thought I'd just jump on live and respond to people who are in the chat right now, because there's like a lot of questions happening, a lot of talking, a lot of subjects. And I honestly didn't like the audio of that last video. That audio is terrible. God, like I had to actually take like headache medicine because it was giving me a headache. All right, let me jump in the chat. JMO actually donated 10 JayDreamerZ channel memberships like 10 minutes ago. Thank you so much. Let's see. Miami says, "You're not going to let me sleep." We got Kristen B in the chat. Excuse me. Who said, oh, she's talking about, oh, Mary would have gotten pregnant this day. Oh, okay. Interesting. What else? Let's see. Spell check. Yeah, I don't like spell check either. I like to spell things how I spell them. Susie! What's up, Susie? High five. Good to see you. Welcome and Merry Christmas. For a few more hours at least. GVT is Good Vibe Tribe. The Good Vibe Tribe chat. Top Cat is on top of it. Alright, hold on. Let me jump in here. Let's see what we got. Gran Ermaga! What's up, Gran Ermaga? Good to see you. Hope you enjoyed the book. Let's see. I have such vivid dreams about this place. Feel like I'm being called there. Oh, yeah, me too, actually. They say, like, to keep Santa in competition with the Creator, who also knows if you're naughty, even nice, and who's also everywhere at the same time. Let's see. I need to take a sip of this. I like to go after I take a sip of anything. It could be water. Doesn't matter. It makes it taste better. All right, let's see who else. Let's see. Miami MST 3000 says, JayDreamerZ, do you sometimes look back at your videos in your younger years like it was someone else and almost feel like hugging yourself? Yeah, I do. What's up, John? 1984. Nice to have you. Let's see. Top Cat was enjoying the video from 5 years ago. There was a few more. There was a few other ones, but I was getting impatient, honestly. Like, I'm here now. I might as well just, you know, answer questions to those who are actually watching and interested in these topics, especially the North Pole. So for those of you who don't know, my first book was pretty much all about the plasma apocalypse and the Cliff's Notes on that. My second book is pretty much all about the land at the North Pole and the geoplasmas that come up from the Earth and what it's like after the apocalypse. Hold on. Tana, thank you so much again for your donation and your support. I'm going to look at that movie right now. What is it called? Interstate 60? Hold on. let me pull it up. Interstate 60 movie. Bam. Oh, okay. Interstate 60 is a strange and brilliant movie that flew under the radar. The story is about a guy who agrees to deliver a package to town, but the only way to get there is to ride down a mystical highway that doesn't exist. Yep. I might actually watch this tonight. I'm going to keep this up on my computer, and I'm going to check it out. So, I'm going to watch this tonight, and, you know, it's got Christopher Lloyd in it, too. And it's got Michael J. Fox? No way. In the same movie. And Kurt Russell, and Amy Smart, and Gary Oldman, and the dude from Westworld. Wow. Yeah, I'm going to check this out tonight. All right, let's see. Jumping back into the chat. JMO31 says, Jay, what would be your cartoonized version of the apocalypse? My cartoonized version? Dang. I don't know. What would be my cartoonized version? Why am I so dark? Am I supposed to be that dark? I'm going to turn on the lights. Ooh. Look at that. That's better. All right. I'm like, I've had some, I don't know what it is, man. It's like my vocal cords or something. That's why I keep clearing my throat. So I'm really sorry about that. I don't mean to do that into the microphone. But I don't know. What would be my cartoonized version? I don't know. I want to make a movie. That's what I want. Like, I could easily be the director or, you know, the person that they talk to. Like, I could be the consultant or whatever on a Plasma Apocalypse movie. I would love that. X does mark the spot. X does mark the spot. Matter of fact, let me pull up that North Pole map. I really want to pull that up right now. Let's see. Let me do some screen sharing. Bam. Nope. Hold up. Let's go see. You can see that I looked up Interstate 60 because you can see my screen. Hold on. I'm going to share my screen with you guys. Where was it? Right there? Oh, snap. That's way big. That's too big. One sec. No. Sorry, I'm like trying to fix this. Okay, this should work. Nah, not bad. Hold on, let me fix it up. Alright, boom, shaka, laka, pa, boom. Alright, sweet. Oh, the map. Let's do Mercator, map of the Arctic, classic. And then I like to go to more. No, not more. Tools. I like to pick the biggest one. Open that bad boy up. Bam. All right, now let's stick this off to the side. This is what Christmas is all about. To me, okay? This, God, what's that stuff singers spray in their throat before they sing? I think I need that. Anyways, this, I see you guys in the chat. I'll be right with you. This is what Christmas is all about. This land right here, this is the Garden of Eden. This is Hyperborea. This is a fantastical, magical land that physically, actually, really, historically exists right here on Earth. It is right here, right now, coexisting with us in reality. It's not on a different dimensional plane. It's not in heaven somewhere. It's not fantasy and made up. It's not a lie. This place really actually physically exists. Does it look exactly how Mercator drew it on his map? Probably not. But this place, this land exists. And there's a plethora of good information and clues, aka proof, that support this. And this is where Jesus was born. This area is Jerusalem. This is the city of peace. This is a peaceful place. This is paradise. This is surrounded by the walls of Eden. This has the 4 different rivers. All right, let me jump back into the chat. Is this a replay? Hold on, where's my chat? Let's see. Mark Ouellette 3557 says, is this a replay? Kinda. It kinda is. But then the question is, how am I reading your live question if it's a replay? Something to think about. I like messing with people's minds a little bit, just a little bit, not a lot, but in a way that helps you to think. You know what I mean? I like to throw a wrench into the cogwheels of the brain. I'll do magic on a live stream sometimes if you're paying attention. I'll do things that seem impossible to do on a live stream. Just for fun, every once in a while. But anyway, I'm jumping into the chat to see. I think some people had some questions. Let's see. I caught my grandma twerking on Santa. Oh, okay. Well, that's gross. What else? Jay, could you explain a bit more about the cedarwood and its significance? I don't remember what I was saying in the video about cedarwood, but I can tell you that the cedars of Lebanon and these ancient giant trees, as they're talked about in myths and legends, there are very large trees, certainly, that did exist and will exist again in the future. There's huge ones inside the earth right now. But oftentimes, I've found that these pillars of light that come out of places like that one, out of Mount Meru, these mountains, they're interpreted as trees quite often, symbolically speaking. Miami says, JayDreamerZ, we need a 24-hour live stream of all your content, like Mystery Science Theater 3000. That's sweet. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to bore people. You know what I mean? I've done 24-hour like live streams and stuff. Sometimes people are interested, sometimes they're not, but I also don't want to trick people. I don't want people to, you know, to think, oh, he's not really live. You know what I mean? I don't want people to think that. I want them to know I'm live if I'm live. So every once in a while, once in a blue moon, I'll do like a compilation of old stuff just as a recap. It was a replay, now it's live. You're live. I wish I had a better radio voice. You're live with JayDreamerZ. Jump all aboard the J train as we roll through the late night and the plasma apocalypse. Nah. Terrible. Alright, what else we got? Hey, Merry Christmas to you too. That's very sweet, thank you. Let's see what else. I'm going to be that nerd, odd number interstate, go north and south. Very nice. This map is wild. So much information on this. I have a copy. Yeah, I agree. There's so much information just on this map. And there's other maps that have even more detail. Like the Urbano Monte, 1587. I like that map actually more than I like this map. But I like this one too. Just this one provides a good visual. You know what I mean? The Urbano Monte one, it's got too much stuff in the way of this particular island. I'll show you guys that one too if you want to check it out. Let's see. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, I was sick for like a month. I'm just getting better. Man. Let's see. I have seen the David Bowie music video that you're talking about, but I might check it again. Is this Inception? I think so. I think we live in the mind of God, which is where concepts come from, inside. They're birthed on the inside, which is basically what Inception means. Let's see. Alright, cool. Well, let's talk about this particular land right here. Because this is what Christmas is all about. This is the goal for me. This is my personal goal of this world. Is to get here to this place. This is paradise on earth. And that's how my second book starts off. I start off by saying there is a terrestrial paradise on earth. And this right here is it. This is the quintessential Garden of Eden. This is the Euphrates River. That's the Tigris. This, I believe, is the Pishon, and that is the Gihon on the other side. Sometimes this one goes by the Nile. Sometimes that one goes by the Ganges over there. The Gihon, the Ganges. And this section over here used to be known as the land of Ind. Or in the ancient language, they would often say Ha, meaning the, or Ha-Ind, or Hind, or the land of Ind, which belongs to this entity known as Ya, or Ha-India, Ha-Hindia, India, right? So this is also originally India, this region, okay, in general. I think specifically it's actually this quadrant right here, but it's the land of Ind, I-N-D. And that's one of the ways it was known as. It's also the original Babylon, right? The original Egypt, which I believe was down here somewhere, because this is the Nile. I think the original Egypt was... I can't remember where I placed it. I placed a lot of different ancient cities and countries and stuff on right on top of here. Let's see. Let me jump back into the chat and see if anybody has anything. Dream within a dream within a dream. Yep, that's basically how I see reality. That's a map behind you. I thought it was a surgical diagram. Ah, damn, dude. You just got blocked. That's too base for me. I'm sorry, man. But you were asking some base pervert questions earlier. I let it slide. Now you're going to go to that, so... Sorry, buddy. It's... I just, I don't vibe with your energy, so you need to go. Let me block you real quick. Too bad. That's a whole part of this thing is like the energy that's in this world. People like that. You know what I mean? People that think they're funny because they're talking about balls or sex jokes or whatever. It's just, it's sad. It makes me sad, really. You know? Like I saw people like that in high school and I didn't understand why people thought they were cool. Because they're not, to me. Personally, they're not funny. That's why it's hard for me to laugh at like funny movies, like comedies and stuff lately, because they're just so raunchy. I was watching a Christmas movie. My mom had a Christmas movie on when I went to her house. They started off with adult jokes. I'm like, this is a Christmas movie, man. Christmas movies, like, if it's like a family movie, you know, a family Christmas movie, you know, I don't know. I expect more. I just do. I don't know. I don't laugh at stuff like that in real life either. You guys can. We got Top Cat in the chat who says, do you think this is north of Iceland? Yeah, I think it's at the North Pole, so it's north of everything. But I could show you Iceland right here on the map. It's right here. See how it says island? Now let me zoom in on that a bit more, actually. There's some interesting stuff on this one. So here we have Groenland. That means Greenland. Groenland. Right? And then we got Island, I-S-L-A-N-D, which is actually Iceland, the land of ice, Iceland. And that's how they originally spelled ice, I-S, Iceland. Land of ice. Friesland over here, frozen land. Let's see, what else we got? Let's see. Is that why no one is allowed north of the 60th parallel? I'm allowed. I don't know. You know, I hear what you're saying. I think you're allowed too. I'm gonna allow you. If you're not allowed, I'm allowing you. Just so you know. But as far as their rules and all that stuff, I don't know. I didn't look into it. So there can be no transgression where there's ignorance of the law. I'm unaware of any law that says you're not allowed to go to the North Pole. I say go to the North Pole. Go to the South Pole. Go wherever you want. On Earth. You're free. You're free to go. What's up, Jeeps? Good to see you. Yes, the Lost Boys still living near Neverland. The Lost Tribes. That's us. Robbers, thank you. I appreciate you. They're more like parasites, Jay looking for a host. I know. It's disgusting to me. It really is. Like, it makes me sad that people can't just be wholesome and pure and righteous and good and still laugh and still have a good time and still make jokes and stuff, you know? But, like, maybe they're too desensitized by this crazy satanic world. But that's how I see, like, devils joking around. Like, that's in my mind, that's how I envision, like, if there were little demon devils with pitchforks and stuff, like, that's how they would joke around. All right, you're now free to move about the country. That used to be U.S. Airways. I think you're right. They have lots of gunboats and armies stationed there. Do they? Where? Stationed where? Though in the entire Arctic Circle, I very much doubt that. If you're talking about Iceland, maybe parts of it, sure. If you're talking about Greenland, maybe parts of it, sure. Are they, whoever they are, guarding the entire Arctic Ocean? Hell no. Like, there's just no way. It's big. But that's my opinion. Let's see what else. Jay says, I know we're talking about the North Pole, but I find it interesting how one side of Antarctica is gaining ice while the other is losing it. Kind of like our circuit is moving. That is kind of interesting. Now that you bring it up, that's how electrodes work within, was it a galvanic system? Hold on, let me look it up. Galvanic cell. Oh, anode mud. Let's look up anode mud. Boom. All right. This would be electrolytic system. See, here's an example. Let me show you an example. Now, it's not ice, but it's similar. It's a similar concept. So over here, we've got the anode. These are both called electrodes. This one over here is the anode. This one over here is the cathode. This one will get smaller and smaller and lose parts of itself as it actually sends it through the water to the other one that will get bigger and bigger and gain parts. So that's kind of what that reminds me of. All right, let me jump back in the chat. You guys have been great tonight, by the way, in the chat. Shoop Pufflovin says, why the obsession with the North Pole anyway? Are you hoping that it will eventually be the exit out of this atmosphere? My obsession with this is because I love life. I love life. I think life is great. Dying sucks. Sickness sucks. Death sucks. I don't like any of that stuff. I'm positively charged. I'm a positive being. I'm obsessed with life. This place is the cradle of life. This is the birthplace of life. This is where all life on the surface comes from. So that's why I have an obsession with it. It is the physical manifestation of life and the emanation of a central location that gives life to everything on the surface. And I love it. I would like to live for 1,000 years without aging and be full of energy and pumped up and, learn and have experiences with animals and people and creatures and stuff and go exploring. This place affords me that opportunity, or has the potential to afford me that opportunity. It's the Fountain of Youth. Now, it also happens to be the entrance down into the earth. That's nice. That's great. I'm not personally all that interested in going down into the earth unless it stays like a big cave. If it gets all small, like little cave systems, I don't want to do that. But it also is the place where you can leave and go up to the apex dome, and you can leave the earth. See, my pinky did that bendy thing. Anyways, you can leave the earth. You can leave up beyond the sky from here. I mean, you might be able to do it from other places too, but it's easier here because you're directly underneath it. And there's a zephyr inside right here, a wind. You could ride the plasma. It'll shoot you straight up. And you can leave the earth once the dome opens up. And I think that might be cool too, to go to other earths and meet other versions of myself and get us all together. So that's my obsession with the North Pole. Mainly. Plus, I like monsters. There's monsters here. There's fantastic creatures. There's fantastic beasts. There's pygmies. There's giants. There's all kinds of the coolest stuff that I'm interested in is all here. Giant plants. Lots of energy. Like, you don't even need to really eat, but you can eat if you want to. You don't need to sleep or anything. You're just happy. I want to be happy, That's why I'm obsessed with this place. I love it. What else? Plasma Prophet. What's up, dude? My friends just screwed up my Christmas for no reason again. Don't think I can trust you one more time, please. Thanks for being human, G. Nothing more than that. Don't know if I'm reading that correctly. Is there context to that? Hold on, let me just... I don't know what this is about, so let me just try to figure it out. Alright. My friends just screwed up my Christmas for no reason. I'm sorry that your friend did that to you. Again, don't think I can trust you one more time, please. Thanks for being human, G. Nothing more than that. You don't think you can trust me? Man, sometimes it's really hard for me to understand what you guys are trying to say. I know it's not easy to type on the phone, you know, but if you have something really important to say, I highly recommend, you know, making it a little bit more understandable. So I could interpret this as you're trying to say something bad about me personally, like you can't trust me for some reason, in which case I'm lacking context and I don't even know what you're talking about. And it doesn't sound like a conversation. Or something happened to you that somebody else did and you're like opening up to me about it. Let me know. Let me know what's going on there. All right, what else we got? The chat is skipping a little bit, so I'm trying to catch up. John 1984, boom, says JayDreamerZ, thanks for your work. You're welcome. I learned a lot watching your perspective over the years. Good, I'm glad to hear that. That makes me happy. Play the video with the fleas in a jar. I don't know what you're talking about. Fleas in the jar, no joke. I've been dealing with like something similar to a flea, but aquatic, no tool. Let's see. Okay. Let me just skip around here. Is it really snowing in Saudi Arabia and the Middle East? Is it seriously? Dang, yeah, the weather's acting crazy right now. Oh yeah, I don't think death is what we think it is either. Like why are people so afraid of death? Even me, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to die. But it happens to everybody. Like, every single person dies. So it can't be a bad thing. I just can't accept that it's a bad thing, or that it hurts, or that it's scary, or whatever. Like the body, we're meant to stay in the body. We're meant to experience what we're experiencing or whatever. So there needs to be boundaries. Pain and fear of death and the body, you know, sensing pain and stuff to keep us here seems to be one of those boundaries. But once you cross that boundary and, you know, you pass on or whatever, I don't think death is what people might imagine. I definitely don't believe in like hell and some afterlife where people are being tortured and poked or set on fire forever or whatever. And I don't believe in just nothing and just like nothing happens. I like to believe that I instantly switch my focus to another version of me that's out there on another earth. And that I just have like deja vu in some other world where I just keep on going about whatever experience I'm having there. And I just actually never die. That's how I like to see it. Let's see. There's a YouTuber by the name of Elsie King who covers the Annoy and Cat Galvin system beautifully. I think I'm saying that G word wrong. The galvanic system. Okay, interesting. I study that. Yep. The Fountain of Youth is there. Now there will be smaller fountains of youth. There will be small versions of this all around the world. But they won't be protected like this place is. They'll be a little different, but there'll be places where you can go to get some of that inner earth energy and heal and reverse age and stuff and heal all your sicknesses. Let's see. Enemies are better than friends that don't even being friendly and won't stop bothering you without pause. Plasma Prophet. What are you talking about? Hold on. Let me catch up here. And I have to say they're forgiven in a couple of days. It's my friends, of course. They have forgiven even that. Are you just venting in the chat about some personal thing that's happened to you? I just don't want to like misinterpret it and block you because I think you're directing it at me personally. So please clarify and just let me know. I see that you love me. Thank you. Just let me know if you're just venting or whatever. Because sometimes people do that. They'll say stuff and they think I know what you're talking about, but I have no idea and I might take it some other way, you know? Anode, cathode. Yes, anode, cathode. And by the way, sometimes anode is positive and sometimes anode is negative. It depends on the system. And I believe that this one right here acts as an anode and a cathode system, or a galvanic cell, or a galvanic battery, you could say, and an electrolytic battery. God dang, I'm losing my voice. Sorry. So every other cycle, what I'm saying is the polarity of up here, this whole island up here, flips around. So that the anode island will become the cathode island, and the cathode island will become the anode island. And that's how they can keep and retain their shape and stuff over time. Let's see. Wizard of Oz cartoon. Oh yeah, I used to watch that cartoon. I forgot what it's called, but yeah, that you're right. That one does have a lot. I really like that one. I think you're right, Lucy. It's just, I have to be an interpreter sometimes, often. You know what I mean? I got to try to figure out what people are really saying, and I have to not just interpret what they mean, but I have to figure out the text sometimes. You know what I mean? Like sometimes, like yours is easy. There's no period or capitalization or whatever. That's fine, because like I still get it. I can still easily read that and understand what you're saying. But sometimes when people have really long, drawn out paragraphs and stuff, like it's one thing meshes into another thing, and it's hard for me to understand what they're trying to say. All right, Titus, is that a theory or a belief, Jay, about leaving this earth and meeting other versions of you? It's both. I believe it, and it's a theory that I have. So yeah, it's both. Pretty much everything I ever say is going to be a theory. I don't really believe in like absolute knowledge. To a degree, I guess. Ingrid. Hey, thank you, Ingrid. What else? I read that to Jay and it confused me. I don't know what Plasma Prophet is on. Sorry, it's my phone. Plasma didn't try to correct his comment. Yeah, you're good. You're fine. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't about me, because, sometimes people do that. Oh, I just want to say I love your channel. I got into Flat Earth, Satan's little season, finding Jesus within the last few months, and then came across your Plasma Apocalypse, and it just feels right. That's great. I'm so glad to hear that. That feels genuine. I can feel the spirit behind this comment. Oh man, did you see me just take in a bunch of air right there? That's because it feels good. I love comments from the heart, and I'm glad you're on the right path. I'm happy I'm honored to be a part of that path. Happy holy days right back to you, SW Green. What else? Titus says, I can tell Jay is a solid dude, and I wish I knew him personally. Wow, my arm totally lines up with the island. I wish I knew him personally. I would definitely cherish my friendship with him. That's really nice. That makes me feel good too. Because there's a part of me that immediately hears something nice like that, and I'm like, you wouldn't, I just think to myself, you probably wouldn't think that if you really knew me. I don't have a lot of like personal friends in my life, but there's some people that are just, they've said really mean things about me. Like a couple of ex-girlfriends, not to be too personal. Just people that it didn't work out with. You know, even some like distant family members and stuff, like they would just say really mean things, and they have no idea how close to heart I take their things that they say about me, you know. So I really appreciate it. That makes me feel good, and it's nice to feel good, so thank you. JayDreamerZ, do you believe in reincarnation? Yes, I do. Or do we not even realize we died and just wake up thinking it was a dream? Yep, I think that too. I believe in both, actually. Let me catch up to the chat here. I'm glad that you guys have so much to say. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Shoe Puff Lovin' says, Jay, maybe I should have phrased it better. I was more like breaking different planes of existence when I meant getting out of this atmosphere. Yeah, see, now I have to recall what your prior comment was, and I'm not retaining all the comments. You know what I mean? Like, I have this thing about me because I'm used to seeing so many like hundreds and hundreds of comments every single day. If I even look at them, that I naturally just want to like forget a comment as soon as I've read it. You know, like I kind of keep some comments in mind in general, like, oh, that was nice, or that was fucked up, that was a messed up comment. You know, in general, I'll kind of remember, like, I have sort of like a more positive, more negative feeling about comments, but I oftentimes don't really remember a lot of the comments, you know. But even in the chat, even when I'm on a live stream, you know, unless you've said something that's like, oh my God, I might remember it, but so I don't know what you phrased or how to have phrased it better or whatever. Breaking different planes of existence when I meant getting out of this atmosphere. So I believe you can leave this world, and I think there's a dome over the earth, and it's going to open up, it'll break open, the sky will rip open, and then you'll be able to actually leave if you can. If you know how to, if you have proper protective equipment, and you have, you know, a rocket ship or something that can navigate through the sky, then you can navigate your way out of the earth, and leave and go up beyond the dome, where I believe you'll see lots and lots of other earths and lots of other worlds, as well as other things too. It's very beautiful out there, I think. What else? Oh, hey, Manda P-Cat. Thank you so much. Says Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you, Manda. Merry Christmas. Titus says, I understand now. Also, thank you for reading and answering literally all of my questions. You're very welcome. Mimi, that's me. What's up? High five. Good to see you. What else we got here? Trish says, Jay, you got to collab with JT again soon. I have been talking with him, so we're going to set something up. What I want to do is I want to get like an all-star on Satan's Little Season. I want to get an all-star, what do you call it? Like a video conference. I want me, these are my all-stars, okay? I want me, JT, I want Jason Jack, I want, what's her name? Evelyn? Leaving Babylon? I forgot her name. I think it's Evelyn. But anyways, Leaving Babylon. Understanding Conspiracy. And there's probably one or two more, but I want that core group right there. I might have forgot a person or two. But I want to get all of us on to get at the same time. To get all angles, all aspects, you know what I mean? I think that'd be great. That would be such an epic freaking live stream. To me, that'd be epic. Did I come up with a solid theory on what the deadlights are? I don't know how solid it is. I do think there are, you know, these three lights that are seen in the skies. On the apex dome. My theory so far, so no, it's probably not solid. It's tentative. My tentative theory is that those are the reflections of Mount Meru and the anode and cathode mountains as people look up and they see these three bright lights reflected off of the apex dome. That's my tentative theory. That's the only thing I could think of that makes sense so far. I know that people have seen three bright lights on the apex dome, and they've drawn it time and time again, and that these are traditionally called, or in pop culture, these are also the deadlights when Pennywise opens his mouth and there's those three balls of light. That's all I can think of so far, but I'm not 100% on that. I'm like 60% on that, but it's the only thing I can think of. I'm still trying to think of, unless there's three strands of plasma, unless there's actually like three plasma filaments up there individually, and that's what we're seeing. I don't know. I'm still working on it. I know there's three lights up there. I do know that. I just don't know their source. I don't know what they are yet. Madeline, yeah, that's her name. She's good people. I probably will get back together with and do a live stream with What the Flock, Black Sheep Researcher. I don't think he will be on the Season of Satan collab though, but definitely we'll do something with him. Oh, when I take a sip, yeah, I go. How do I do that? I don't know. Let me see. I don't know. It just comes naturally. I have to just do it naturally. What else we got? I saw three lights when the sun set at the beach Wednesday, but they would go out and come back on. Now these are, I think these are different. What's a summer gate? A summer gate? I don't know. Maybe, is this a riddle? I think a summer gate is, you know, I think of a little white gate to like a summer house or something. Like a white picket fence gate. I don't know. Or it's some sort of controversy that happened in the summertime that I probably am unaware of. Have I ever done a collab with David Weiss, Flat Earth Dave? No, we haven't. I think he said he wanted me to be a guest on his channel, but I haven't heard from him. He's pretty busy though. He's always a guest somewhere. He was right next to me selling his stuff at the table next to me at the TrutherCon in Texas. I love that dude. He's so easy to talk to. He's a talker. I like talkers because I don't like to talk that much unless it's my turn, you know, and I'm in my element. Then I'll talk a lot. But I mean, he's out there like witnessing to people, like Flat Earth is like a religion to him. He's like the Flat Earth witness. He's out there witnessing to people. He was witnessing to like these security guards, these kids at the TrutherCon. I like watching him in action. It's great. But I would love to do something with him, especially with the whole Antarctica Jeranism thing, because I think I have a solid theory on how you can see the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. I think it's easily explained. I do enjoy my sips. I quit drinking coffee recently. You guys probably don't know this about me, but I've quit a lot of vices all at one time because I was so sick. Like 3 weeks ago. I thought I was gonna die. Like honestly, I was pretty scared, and my mind was messed up. I had vertigo. I couldn't think straight. It was all kinds of stuff, man. It was like being high, but you can't get rid of it. But worse. It was like a bad trip, like bad being high or something, and it just wouldn't go away. I wasn't high, but that's what it was like. And I was really sensitive to anything, like sudden movements. I got really dizzy and like I couldn't focus. I felt just out of it, like forgetful. Um, God, it was, I don't even want to talk about it too much because the feeling might come back. I'm scared of it. I don't like it. But, oh, I quit. I prayed to God. That's how bad it was. Like I had a serious, oh, okay, I'm sorry, God, for everything I've ever done. Please fix me. I don't know what's wrong with me. Make it go away. I promise I will never drink alcohol. I promise I will never smoke anything. I'll stop vaping. And then I had some coffee when I was feeling a little bit better and I thought I might be okay. And then I had some regular strength coffee and oh my God, the coffee had such a terrible effect on my mind. I was dizzy. Nothing had its proper depth perception. I was panicking. I was having a constant panic attack for way too long, man. And I was trying so hard to suppress, to not think about it. Yeah, it was bad. So I quit drinking coffee too. I said, forget that. I'm not doing anything. I'm not putting anything. I mean, I'm still working on, I got a soda right here, cream soda, A&W cream soda. This is funny because A&W, God, I could explain the origin of that too. But anyways, just so you guys know, I've been through a lot in this past month. Scary stuff, actually. Have I ever heard of 3 Days of Darkness? Yes, I have. And I believe in the 3 Days of Darkness, and I think it's coming. A Lion Gate and the Kabbalah. I'm going to do a video about the Lion's Gate. I'd like to share my thoughts on that. It's weird. Let's see. Oh, Trish. Yeah. I'm super sorry, but Doctor Who actually got blocked for saying something that I didn't appreciate, and I honestly cannot remember what it is now. So that sucks. I feel bad. I can't remember if it was in the chat or if it was a comment or something, but there was definitely something, and I was like, nope, that sucks. Sorry, but had to let him go. No offense, Doctor Who. And I wish I could tell you what it was, but that's up to you, A lot of people that have been blocked, sometimes they'll reach out to other people in the chat and they'll be like, hey, let them know. But oftentimes it's me, the one that's doing the blocking. I don't even know if moderators can block people. I'm pretty sure I'm the one that blocks everybody. What's up, Paul? Good to see you. I sure hope you're right, Miami. Because damn. I just want to feel good and be happy. My hat is glitching. Oh, you're right. That's funny. Let's see. Lucy says we can, we just don't because we used to have those mod meetings. Well, that's good. I mean, sometimes it's obvious when someone should be blocked. But sometimes people just, I don't know. Just gotta be careful, I guess. Ben Anderson, or Ba Anderson, says, JayDreamerZ, Jake and I know that you're into a word. Can you tell me if there's any... That you are into word. Can you tell me if there's any truth to the be less is the real meaning when you say bless? Yeah, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. People are manipulating words left and right these days to an extreme degree, I've noticed. I mean, I get it, but no. Bless. I think bless literally, I think I looked it up once and it implied something like to be covered in blood or something. Let's look it up right now. Let's just do a little word study, shall we? All right, hold on. Let me get rid of this comment. Let's look up the word bless, okay? It definitely does. I'm pretty sure it does not mean to be less. Yes, it has the letter B in there, but the letter B doesn't even imply to be. It implies to contain or a house, etc. But anyways, bless. Let's look it up. Instead of, it sounds like be less. Look, it says be less. No, man. That's not how etymology works, okay? I see a lot of people doing this these days. They do this with a lot of words and I don't like it. I'm old school. I like real etymological studies, not it looks like be less and so it means to be less. So you're like cursing someone. Now your bless can be counted as a curse, but that's a different thing. All right, so blessed from Middle English blessin, blestian, bledsin. So that's close to the whole blood thing. Northumbrian, blodsian. To consecrate by a religious rite, to make holy, to give thanks. Yeah, that's not telling me what the word means. Blodison, hallow with blood. Damn, I'm good. Oh, you can't see it, but it says hallow with blood. Mark with blood. Yes, you see that? Blotum, blood, to see the word blood. So they would sprinkle blood on the altars and stuff. It means to be covered in blood. To bless means to cover in blood. That's all I got for right now. Now, is that good or bad? I don't know. Could be good, could be bad. But it doesn't mean to be less. That's not correct. So, I mean, it can become correct. I mean, that could end up in the dictionary one day, because people make it whatever they make it. If they believe that's what it means, then that's what it means to them. But that's not literally what it actually means. All right, what else we got? Let's see. Shoop Puff Lovin says, I'm pumped about the Lion's Gate. If you make one, it's in a lot of symbolism. Jay's probably aware of that. Yeah, I think you'll enjoy the Lion's Gate video. I've got a lot of ideas. I've been coming up with so many ideas, and then I make a note. I text myself all these different video ideas. I got a lot of stuff for the new year, and I've been just trying to take some time to focus on where I need to put my energy, because you guys are not aware of this, but sometimes I'm just torn between projects. I'm torn between my website. And my website's just constant work. I'm torn between remaking my Plasma Apocalypse book so that it can have pictures and stuff, and then my next book that I want to write, and trying to figure out these programs I can use to actually write the book, because they're freaking complicated. YouTube live streams, personal video conferences with people personally. What do you call it? Consultations and all kinds of stuff that you guys are not even aware of. But I got a lot of stuff coming up for YouTube specifically for this coming year. Understand. I know. I don't really like it when people say understand as well. Understand. I understand. I understand. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm old school. The understand thing sounds weird. I'd rather just use a different word. You know what I mean? But it's like a lot of new agey kind of putting words together. It's basically what a lot of people in the numerology community do, but they're starting to do it with words. You know what I mean? And they're starting to teach that to other people like it's actual etymology, and it's not. Sometimes they get it right. Sometimes they accidentally get it right. But even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while, twice a day or something like that. All right, let's see. I'm just jumping back in the chat. Oh yeah, good morning. And people say grand rising. Grand rising. It's so majestic. It's so epic. It's such an epic way to greet someone. Grand rising. I'm like, calm down, buddy. Calm down. I just woke up, okay? You can grand rise me after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, okay? I just a simple good morning works for me. And you know what? People will be like, oh, but it means it's trying to convince you that you're in sadness, you're in mourning. I am, but it's a good morning. I'm making the best of it. The world is a sad place. So yeah, I'm in mourning, but I'm wishing others to feel good as they live this mourningful life. You know what I mean? I can still spin it so that it's nice. What else? Yeah, the blood of Jesus. I believe it is actually referring to that, but I don't think it's blood per se, because if Jesus, I see Jesus as being earth energy that comes up, and the blood that comes out is not actually human blood, but you know, it would be similar, I guess you could say. What else? Have you ever read God-Man, the Word Made Flesh? No, I have not. I don't think I have. No, doesn't sound familiar. I think it's past bedtime. Right? Didn't you say you're supposed to go to bed? What'd you say though? I should give my family and my son a hug. That's sweet. I hug my son more as often as I possibly can. I pick him up, I hold him. I mean, I cherish that time. My rising sign and my moon sign and all that stuff, I don't know. I can't recall off the top right now. Yeah, I can't remember. You can look it up if you want. I was born September 7th, 1979. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I think, in Albuquerque, New Mexico. So feel free to look it up and tell me. I don't remember, though. I just use that as a title, Grand Rising. Grand Rising. All of the kingdom. I feel like that's how the king should address everyone. Or whatever. Or they should blow some trumpets first, like Grand Rising, citizens, or something. Like that's so proper. I don't know. It's still fine. It still works. You can say Grand Rising. I'll be like, yeah, high five. Thank you. Good job. What else? Oh, I just got a notification. I just got a donation from Jean I'll say E. Jean E. Thank you, Jean, for the PayPal donation. I don't see a note or anything, but still, thank you very much. That was very kind of you. Shout out to Jean. High five, Jean. Thank you so much. That stuff adds up, man. You guys have no idea. It's how much it adds up. And I'm how thankful I am. All right, let me jump back in the chat here. Top Cat, understand equals to stand under. Right, I get that. We, the eternal ones, stand over. Well, listen, I hear what you're saying, but if we're going to get deep like that, I consider myself to be a part of God, which is everything. God is omnipresent to me. So in my mind, to get real deep, there is no over or under or sideways or next to or anything. I am all things all at once everywhere. And anything that it's considered to be division or comparative is illusion. But I get what you guys are saying. And it's fun to live at lower levels and not be like all one united mind and all that type of stuff. I get it. I understand the fun of playing, you know, the division game. What else? B.A. Anderson says, JayDreamerZ, thanks, I agree with you. I don't like it. I want to buy your first book for my friend's birthday. Amazon, or can I order it from you? You can buy both. If you buy it on Amazon, I think it's $40. I get paid like half, which is fine. But you'll just get a vanilla copy of whatever book you buy. If you buy it from me off of my website, then I take the order personally. It's like $10 more. Unless you buy two, you get a discount. But you get the autograph. The books will be autographed. You can request a dedication, so like make it out to Mike or Stacy or whatever. Or if you want me to, you know, write something like, you know, something positive, a message or whatever, I can do that. I always throw in different merch. I've got stickers, JayDreamerZ stickers, bookmarks that I've created, custom bookmarks, mini posters of different scenes and things that I talk about. Like this is actually one of my mini posters, is this map right here. What else I got? Oh, it's I personally box it up in this cool sleek black box, and then I've got this custom JayDreamerZ tape, which is like off to the side right now. Hold on, I could grab that. All my stuff's over to the side, so you guys can't see it, but this is like my JayDreamerZ tape. So I'll tape up the box myself and everything, and everything's customized and stuff. And then I'll put like some confetti in there. I got some magenta, purple, and black confetti that I put in the box. And I put all the stickers and merch and stuff into like its own sleek black bag, and I seal that up with the JayDreamerZ sticker. And it's a really nice presentation. So you can get either one. It's up to you. But those are your options. What else? Jeeps. Jay, you know the verse in the Bible that talks about peculiar people? It means those who deal in the private and not in public. You'd think it would mean strange, but just simply being private. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm trying. I tried real hard to figure out what you're talking about, but I believe, you know, I believe that sounds like it's something in the Bible, but yeah, I don't know what that's about. What else we got here? Yeah, you should definitely give your parents a big hug. I think that sounds nice. My son comes back home tomorrow, and I can't wait to give him a big hug. Gotcha instead of understand or whatever. Right? I mean, people can speak however people want to speak, as long as they're understood. Then that's all that matters, right? Do you understand me? As long as they understand you or understand you, as long as they know what you're talking about, that works. You know what I mean? That's fine. Grand rising. You have to lift your hand up, like above eye level when you say that. Grand rising. No, not the fist. It's got to be one of these, like you're holding a pizza box. Grand rising to all. Oh man, the freaking map is still there. Here, let me take it down. I guess we're done sharing that. That's cooler anyways. I like that picture. Let's see. What was your favorite movie to do my Truth in Movies on? Oh, my favorite episode of Truth in Movies? Personal favorite episodes that I enjoyed doing. Probably Death of a Unicorn was good. I liked that one. I liked Monty Python's Search for the Holy Grail. That one had a lot of good information. And I would say Stargate. Those are the three that come to my mind right now. My favorite ones. Yeah. Those are the first three I thought of. I do have books. You didn't know that? Yeah, I've got books I write. Let's see. What else? Oh, you have some of the original JayDreamerZ merch. Yeah, it's evolved over time. So I'm constantly updating my merch. You know, sometimes I have things, sometimes I don't. Like I used to sell these lucky coins. They're all gone now, so I don't have those anymore. Those were limited edition. So I used to sell little pieces, little puzzle piece keychains. Those all sold out. So if you have one, you have, you know, a limited number. Very, very few. I've got keychains too. I should always have one out, but my keychains look so good. So good. I really like the keychains a lot. I wish I had one so I could show you guys. My keychain is downstairs. I have it on the wall so that when I leave to go drive somewhere, it's just right there. I have some right here, but they're all packaged. See it? Now I'm dropping stuff. So I keep all my keychains in this little JayDreamerZ bag. So if you ever order like, I think you can order like my mini posters. So if you order those, they come in this bag right here. But I have all my keychains. Me and my son wrapped these all up in little plastic. So it's kind of hard to see, but there's Mount Meru on one side. Yeah, it's plastic. You can't see it. And JayDreamerZ on the other. That's really hard. I'll just take this one out. Why not? I can always wrap it back up. But I want to share this with you guys because they're very nice. These are quality keychains. And I ordered these like awesome black chains. So the keychain isn't silver. No part of it is silver. It's all black, which I like, you know, obviously. Let me dump this out here. I like that my son helped me to package these. So it's got two chains on it. It's got this like round part on the top, which connects to this little large fish hook deal. So you just press this. You see that? And you can just like slide that out and it's a hook. And then that goes all the way down to the second hook, which is down here. And if you don't want the long portion, you can actually take off this long portion. See? And you could just have this little tiny keychain type deal. Or you could wear it as a necklace, pendant, or whatever. But on one side, it's got, see how thick it is? It's like this thick plastic stuff, like acrylic or something. On one side, it's got Mount Meru. Boom. And on the other side, it's got me, or the cartoon version of me, my jelly, JayDreamerZ on that side. And those are only available on my website until I sell out. I don't know how many I have left. Maybe like 50 or something. I have to put it back together now. There we go. So yeah, that's the keychain deal. It's pretty cool. Yeah. I'll keep that one out. That way I can show people. Oh, it says I'm a Virgo sun, Aries moon. Hey, what happened? How come the chat's not coming up? Are we still live streaming? I don't know. Why isn't this working? Oh, we are live streaming. Hold on one sec. Why isn't my chat working? Oh, there it is. There it goes. Okay, so Joseph did the work here. Lucy's still reading about me. It says I'm a Virgo sun, Aries moon, Sagittarius rising. That sounds right. You have lots of Virgo placements, though a lot of your placements play out in the sign of Sagittarius. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Thank you. Miami says, would you make a simple swatch style watch for us? No. I'm not going to make a watch. That sounds complicated. But thank you for the idea. That was very nice to share. Anderson says, Satan's for Helvede, Krafedme. The last one actually means may cancer eat me, but very few know all these above is everyday use here in Denmark. Very nice. We're all still alive. I'm reading about you. Yeah, mine's interesting. I've read mine a few times. My birth chart looks insane. There's all kinds of stuff all crowded onto one side. Yeah, see, I don't even know what all that stuff means. Aries moon 4 degrees, Sagittarius rising. Oh my god. Yeah, that means nothing to me. I don't even know what that means. Very mercurial mind. That does sound okay. See, Joseph's speaking my language. You're over here with all this math. Just kidding. Must drive me crazy. Yes. Yeah, sometimes it does. Sometimes it's really nice though. Oh yeah, you can totally send me one. I have a P.O. box on my post section on my channel. You can send it to my P.O. box if you want. I have a stellium in Virgo, whatever that means. But yours is way more potent. Sun, Venus, something, something. Thank you, thank you. How about coffee cups? I definitely would buy one of those with your cute little jelly. Oh, that's nice. I have one around here somewhere. Where did I put that? I have one, but it's got the old jelly. It doesn't have the updated jelly. Yeah, I don't know about coffee cups. See, here's what I have to take into consideration. I don't want to use one of those third-party websites where all the other YouTubers, they sell t-shirts and coffee cups and all that typical merch stuff. They're using third-party websites to do that, usually. And they make like $2 per sale. That's not even worth it to me, really, because I feel like I'm working for the website instead of owning my own business. I don't want to do that. If I sell coffee cups myself, then I have to think about the packaging and the shipping and the cost to actually put it in the mail. And then I have to think about the post to put it in the mail and to keep it safe as it goes across the world to different countries and how much that's going to be. So for example, if I just send one of my books to Australia, whatever the price of my book is, it's going to cost people in Australia an extra like $40 because of shipping, just from my book. So if I have a coffee cup that's all weird shape and it's fragile and stuff like that, like I'm going to end up charging way too much for a coffee cup, which hurts my conscience. Like it's hard for me to even think about doing something like that. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know. I try to stick with simple things that are more flat. For now, at least, until I figure out a better way. I might wrap things up here in a bit. I'm starting to get a little bit tired. Joseph's reading my birth chart and he says it means you are very passionate and aggressive. Yeah, both are true. And you're truly a student/teacher of life. That's also true. Only a Virgo would study old maps and translate old and forgotten languages to find the truth. That sounds like it's me. Sounds like me. Oh, Lucy says our charts are quite similar because we're literally like less than 6 months apart, give or take. That means you have multiple planets in that sign. See you later, Top Cat. Have a good night. Why is this mic so close to me? Oh, it's my brother. Hey everyone, just want to say Merry Christmas. Hope you all had a wonderful day. It's still Christmas. You're good. You made it. Earlier we all went to Mom's and I got my mom with, I can be a little practical joker sometimes. I had a fake cockroach that's like that big And my mom was looking at something on her phone, so I went up behind her and I just kind of put my hands on her shoulders, but I put that cockroach on her shoulder. So terrible. It's so bad. It's not even funny. But damn, it was funny at the time. But yeah, we had a good time. You know, opening presents, and I liked watching everybody open up their presents. And my mom made some really good biscuits and gravy. That was delicious. I do have jelly stickers. Man, I feel like I should just keep some merch on my work desk here so that I could show it off. Here, I'll show you my jelly sticker. I got one over here. I've got two different stickers. This is the main one. This is my jelly sticker. It's kind of hard to see because of the green screen effect. You see that? It's kind of blurry. But it's very nice. So if you have one of the old stickers, this one's made of way better material. This will last for a very long time. It feels like it's, I don't know if it's waterproof, but it feels like it's very plasticky. And it's like a strong material. The older stickers with my old logo, they were more paper stickers. This one's really good. And I'll show you my other sticker. I'm starting to run out of these ones. So when these ones are gone, it's probably going to be it. I'm probably going to make another sticker to replace this one, but I've got a few of these ones left too, and I've been throwing these in when it's a little plasma apocalypse, the dome breaking open, like the Apex dome. When these run out, I don't know if I'll print these ones again. I might make a new plasma apocalypse. I don't know. But I got a square sticker, which is this one, and then the circle jelly sticker. And then when people order my books, I usually throw in a bunch of custom business cards. My business cards are actually pretty cool. I've got bookmarks and business cards and stuff. So these are my new business cards. So on one side, we got jelly. The green screen is like trying to make jelly see-through. Anyway, and on the other side, it's got Mount Meru. See that? It's kind of hard to see. Boom. It doesn't want to focus on this at all. There it goes. Everything's backwards, of course. It says "send to yourself" on this side. These are my business cards, and they're like real thick. Like these are durable, strong business cards. These are not like paper. I always buy like the really good stuff. Or I try to. And I can afford it. And I want to show you my favorite, since I'm showing stuff off, I want to show you my favorite bookmark that I've made. And I'm probably going to upgrade my bookmarks next. Because I want to add like little frilly thingies hanging off of them. But this is my favorite one. It's a Van Gogh style drawing that I made of a plasma volcano and like a river. And then my signature. It's kind of hard to see. It's not really going to focus on this. See that? And then the other side is the jelly. Space jelly. That's my favorite one. I love this freaking. I'll probably print more of these. I like these. But I'm going to make this one a bit more glossy. This one's still pretty glossy. Still got good paper. Still pretty thick, but I'm going to really upgrade this one next time. That's all my stuff. That's all my merch, I think. Well, I haven't really shown you guys the mini posters, but I'm getting tired, so I'm not really going to do that right now. What's up, Louis Martinez? All right, cool. I've enjoyed spending some time with you guys on Christmas. I'm going to go ahead and close out my chat. put my microphone down so you can actually see me. Why is it way up here? How do I do that? Like, I don't need it to be way up there. I feel like it needs to be right here. This is where I want the microphone. I want it right here. I feel like, because I can hear myself. And I love how I sound when the microphone's really close. But the problem is, I haven't figured out the audio, how to be able to talk this close to the microphone and still get excited and yell. Because if I yell and I'm this close, it's going to sound terrible. And you know me, I'm always getting excited about something. So, but I feel like the microphone should be this close. I like it. I like how it sounds. Anyways, I'm just being nerdy. Thank you. Thank you guys. Even the people who are not in the chat, all the people that just are listening and watching, and, you know, for some reason you vibe with me or the things that I make, like this picture in the background or my books or whatever the stuff I do or I make or I present or share, even if it's just me. It's nice. It's nice to be liked. It's nice to be... It's an honor to be a little part of someone else's path and have a positive effect on that path and on that journey. So with that, Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night.